It was the opening moments of Red Dead Redemption 2 that I thought would tell me everything I needed to know about the game. The handwritten notes appearing on the screen, detailing the end of the era of gunslingers and the inevitable destruction of outlaw gangs. The violin slowly screeching in the background. This gave me chills, and at the time I imagined I would be fully engaged with the game's story until the end credits rolled. The reality is more complicated than that because Red Dead Redemption 2 is a game that features some of the best gaming moments I've ever had, while also sporting some moments of truly awful and confusing game design. On one hand, you have the characters and the game's story. I can't think of another game that has this level of consistently good storytelling and acting. It's not perfect, but many of the characters feel like real people, and the development you see them go through, especially the character you play as, Arthur Morgan, is better than any other game I've played. On top of this, the world that Rockstar Games has built here is truly exceptional. The amazing graphics make this world look alive, but the people, wildlife, activities, and random details make this world feel alive. The attention to detail that is on display within this open world is mind-boggling, and as someone who studied ecology and wildlife biology, the ecosystems and wildlife systems were particularly exciting to me. Now, on the other hand, you have a game that's entire gameplay design feels outdated, and unfortunately this is what you'll be experiencing anytime you are not watching a cutscene or passively talking to other characters. How can the combat be this mediocre? Why does every mission and encounter feel nearly identical? Why does the character movement feel so bad? Many reviewers, when this released in 2018, seemed to just ignore these problems. They would ignore these deeply flawed game mechanics and just focus on the good parts of the game. And I'm not saying that that is right or wrong, especially because aspects of Red Dead Redemption 2 are so far ahead of any other game on the market, even today in 2022, that maybe it does deserve a pass for the other parts. This all leads me to the point that I'm not really sure how to feel about this game. The story and the open world consistently impressed me. However, I found that these two aspects of the game also detracted from each other and actively pulled Red Dead Redemption 2 in different directions. I'll return to this in the final section of the video, but for now I'll say that Red Dead Redemption 2 is trying to do two different things at once, and unfortunately, just like with Harry and Voldemort, I don't think either can truly succeed while the other survives. With this video, I want to provide what I hope will be seen as a fair and complete critical analysis of the game. The remainder of this video will break down as follows. First, I will be providing a plot synopsis for people that either don't have the means of playing this game or just don't want to but feel intrigued by the almost universal praise that it has received. The goal is to be as thorough as possible, and for someone with no knowledge of this game series to be able to watch this and fully understand and appreciate the game's story. This will be focused on the main missions and will contain extensive critiques of the story, characters, and themes, which, as I've mentioned, are all generally very good but still suffer from problems. This part of the video will be divided up into sections that will each cover one of the in-game chapters. This is for organization, but also to make it easier to watch this video in parts. Second, I want to take a look at the open world of Red Dead Redemption 2 and explain just how incredible it is, as well as discuss the side missions that the game offers with the various strangers that you can meet in the world. And finally, I'll be looking at the relationship between the narrative and the open world and why they are at odds with each other. This section also contains a critique of the gameplay systems that Red Dead 2 uses. During that segment, I want to provide clear examples of the specific gameplay mechanics that are holding it back, and to do so I will be pulling in other games as a means of providing demonstrations of the ways that Rockstar can and frankly need to evolve their gameplay for future releases. I do feel strongly the need to say that if you love good stories, whether that is in video games, books, television, or whatever, and you have the means and time to play this game, then I suggest that you do so. It is a big time commitment and the gameplay can be tedious and downright awful at times, but I do firmly believe that the characters and the acting in this game are some of the very best, and being able to fully appreciate them from this video will be difficult. Additionally, the sense of discovery in the game is quite good, and it was consistently fun to stumble onto small details or moments that easily could have been missed. If anything I've described so far seems like something you might like to experience for yourself, then I suggest you stop watching this video and instead grab a copy of the game. You can come back to this video likely months from now once you've finished it yourself. And that is about as much as I can say without getting into any spoilers, so there's your warning. I will be spoiling the entirety of Red Dead Redemption 2, as well as the general narrative setup and ending of the original game, Red Dead Redemption. Imagine somehow making a 5-hour video critique of this game with no spoilers. The Red Dead Redemption series is developed by Rockstar Studios and is often considered the sister series to the Grand Theft Auto franchise, which is also developed by Rockstar. There are 2 games in this franchise, with Red Dead 1 releasing in 2010 and the sequel releasing in 2018. The original Red Dead Redemption followed the story of John Marston, a former outlaw who is tasked by the government with hunting down and killing the few remaining members of a gang that Marston used to run with. In doing so, he will earn a clean slate for himself and his family. The sequel, this game, is actually a prequel to that first one. It centers on the slow decline and death spiral of that previously mentioned gang, known as the Van der Linde Gang. In the sequel, players take control of a different member of the gang, an individual named Arthur Morgan, who is the right-hand man of the gang's leader, Dutch Van der Linde. For reference, the games take place about 12 years apart, with the sequel occurring in 1899 and the original Red Dead game happening in 1911. Due to the sequel taking place prior to the events of the first game, it sets players' expectations a little bit, or at least it did for me. I immediately expected that many members of the gang who were absent in the original Red Dead Redemption were likely going to die over the course of this game. My initial fears were that this would make me less attached to those characters and would make the story less engaging overall. However, thankfully this was not the case. This was largely down to Rockstar's fantastic writing and character work. And with that, get comfortable because we're now jumping into the narrative of Red Dead Redemption 2, and we'll be here for a while. The game begins with a shot of a caravan fighting through a snowstorm. Several characters are discussing the impending death of an individual within the group, as well as the hope that the pursuing law enforcement have gotten lost in the storm. Attention is soon drawn towards an approaching figure, Arthur Morgan, who is the main character of the game. Arthur thinks he has found shelter for the group up ahead in an abandoned mining camp. After searching several of the buildings, the group moves into one of the houses in order to get out of the storm. We quickly see that this group is not just made up of men, but also women and even a child. The injured man, whose name is Davy, unceremoniously passes with little the group could have done, and there is a slight panic in the air about the situation that the group has found themselves in. This is the Van der Linde Outlaw Gang, named after the leader of the group, Dutch Van der Linde. Dutch begins giving a speech in order to try and calm everyone, and he does a pretty good job. He mourns the loss of Davy, as well as others from their gang that are missing and presumed dead at this point. Dutch ensures everyone that they are safe and that the law enforcement that are chasing them have likely been stopped due to the storm. He further urges everyone to stay with him and remain hopeful, and everyone nods in understanding.
Stay with me! We ain't done yet! Come on, Arthur!
Dutch takes Arthur with him back out into the storm in order to search for the 2 other members he originally sent scouting for a safe location. As Arthur and Dutch ride out to search for them, we begin to get an idea of the events that led the gang to this current situation. Members of the gang attempted to rob substantial money from a ferry in the town of Blackwater. They were successful, but were ambushed by police and members of the Pinkerton Detective Agency immediately after the robbery. Realizing that they were outgunned, the outlaws were forced to flee, and in the ensuing chaos, several members were shot, 2 were outright killed, and the status of several others are unknown. Dutch was forced to hide the money in a location in town that only he is aware of, and in the escape attempt, Dutch shoots an innocent civilian woman in the head and kills her. This is implied to have been an unfortunate accident and out of character for Dutch. The gang packed up camp and made a run for it, with the law on their trail, and that leads us to the present. As Arthur and Dutch trudge through the snow, they find Micah, one of the newest members of the gang, as well as one of the scouts Dutch had sent out.
Micah. Gentlemen, found anything?
I think so.
Micah informs them that he has found a homestead down the road, and the 3 of them go to check it out. Dutch decides it might be best to approach the house by himself and instructs Arthur and Micah to hide nearby in case of trouble. However, after discovering a body hidden on the property and learning that the men inside the home have no desire to help, a brief shootout occurs. It is discovered afterwards that the men are members of a rival outlaw gang called the O'Driscoll Boys. This gang and its leader, Combe O'Driscoll, will play a large part throughout the narrative and can be thought of as a mere reflection of the Vanderlyn gang. Arthur searches the nearby barn and is jumped by an O'Driscoll boy. After beating him down, the O'Driscoll reveals their gang is in the area with the intention of robbing a train that will be passing through. After this, you, the player, are given the choice of what to do with the boy, and this is a good point to pause and discuss the game's morality system.
Please, spare me.
Red Dead Redemption 2 features an honor system that rises or lowers based on the actions you perform in the game. So, for example, helping someone you find on the side of the road would increase your honor, versus killing civilians would decrease your honor. This mechanic is one of the few in the game that I find at best meaningless, and at worst breaks the immersion for the story. For example, there's a mission later in the game where you're robbing people on a train as part of the story, but you're given the choice to have Arthur rob each person an additional time. However, choosing to do this decreases your honor, and this makes no sense. Robbing them the first time has no impact on your honor, but the second time is apparently too far? The only explanation I can come up with is that this must have been an oversight in development. But the point stands that you're playing as an outlaw who regularly robs, kills, and commits other crimes over the course of the narrative, so why does it matter if I shoot someone or help them win outside of missions? Additionally, the game already has a wanted system where law enforcement will hunt you after committing crimes, so the game doesn't need to add on top of that a weakly implemented morality system. Your honor level causes a few minor differences in the story, with the largest being aspects of the ending, but we'll get to those much later in this video. Back to the moment in the barn, I chose to let the boy go and take his chances surviving out in the storm. Arthur makes his way back towards the homestead and is greeted to the scene of Micah harassing a scared woman, ultimately leading to a fire being started in the house. Dutch and Arthur manage to calm her down enough to learn that this is, or now was, her home, and that the O'Driscolls killed her husband. The woman, introduced as Sadie Adler, agrees to journey back to the mining camp with the Vanderlyn gang. I'm not quite sure why the introduction to Sadie was written this way. Based on the personality we see throughout the game, it makes little sense for Sadie to go with 3 unknown men. One who was just moments ago terrorizing her and is personally responsible for her house burning down, and this just kind of gets hand-waved away. An easy fix to this could have been that while the characters were in the house, Sadie crawls out of hiding and proceeds to try to attack Dutch or Arthur. They could have talked to her, calmed her down, gotten information, and then Micah could have accidentally knocked over the lanterns, starting the house fire. Sadie would then realize she doesn't have any other options and decide to trust these relatively nice men she has encountered. This would have led to the same outcome of her joining the gang, while also realistically making more sense. The four of them returned to the mining camp of Colter, and by the following morning, the final scout the Dutch had sent out, a fellow by the name of John Marston, still hasn't returned. Arthur is asked by John's significant other, a woman named Abigail, to go out and search for him.
I'm sorry to ask, but...
It's little John. He's got himself caught into a scrape again.
He ain't been seen in 2 days.
Your John will be fine. I mean, he may be as dumb as rocks and as dull as rusted iron, but that ain't changing because he got caught in some snowstorm.
And initially annoyed, Arthur does agree to look and is accompanied by another member of the gang named Javier. John is eventually found high up on the mountains and close to death. He has sustained injuries from a wolf attack, as well as having been out in the weather for the past 2 days. Arthur and Javier bring him back to camp and he begins recovering. The following mission sees Dutch using the information obtained from the homestead to make a move against Colm O'Driscoll. Arthur and many of the other gang members accompany Dutch, and I like this mission a lot because it introduces and plants a number of the seeds that will become important parts of the story as it goes on. Dutch has a nasty history with Colm O'Driscoll, and Arthur, knowing this, is not a fan of adding further needless troubles given the gang's current situation.
You always said revenge is a luxury we can't afford.
This is the right call, Arthur. Take this. And this is about more than revenge for business long ago.
Dutch claims that this isn't about revenge, but rather to get the information and materials so they themselves can perform the train robbery before the O'Driscoll boys can. The group ride out and soon find their way to the O'Driscoll camp. While scouting from a nearby ridge, they are able to locate Colm, but decide to let him go so he can face the humiliation of getting his train robbery stolen out from under him. After Colm leaves the camp, Dutch, Arthur, and the others get into position to begin a shootout.
Okay, let's get in cover.
O'Driscolls! You're dead, you sons of bitches!
After gunning them all down, the Vanderlyn gang begins scouring the camp for information on the planned train robbery.
Come on. Did we get everything?
Think so, boss? Found this on one of them.
Thank you.
This is perfect.
Oh, yeah? Interesting. This is something about the train they was gonna rob. A Mr. Leviticus Cornwall. Mount back up. Let's keep moving.
Leviticus Cornwall. For now, that doesn't mean much, but I want you to remember that name. So with the information and explosives now in hand, the gang mounts back up and leaves. However, on their return journey, they see a rider who was from the O'Driscoll camp. Arthur pursues the man, who we'll soon learn is named Kieran, and is able to capture him alive. Arriving back at the mining camp, Kieran is taken prisoner. From here, Arthur and another member of the gang, Charles, are tasked with hunting fresh meat by the camp cook, a gentleman named Mr. Pearson. Arthur and Charles clearly don't know each other well up to this point, based on how they talk with each other, and during the conversation back to camp, you can clearly see Charles gauging Arthur's character.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No, not at all. I know you could run it alone, no problem.
I did that for a long time. I'm done with it. Always wondering if someone's gonna kill you in your sleep.
I still wonder that most nights.
We also learn that Arthur has been with the gang for over 20 years and is fiercely loyal to Dutch. Arthur explains that it was Dutch who saved him as a boy and taught him everything he knows, even how to read. As the pair bring the deer to the cook, Mr. Pearson, we are introduced to Uncle, who despite the name is not related to anybody in the gang, and is largely seen by everyone as a complaining old drunk. The following morning, Arthur checks in on John Marston, briefly introducing us to the group's clergyman, Reverend Swanson, in the process. However, their interaction is cut short as Dutch arrives to gather Arthur for the train robbery. This is a good place for me to introduce Hosea, who we've only briefly seen in cutscenes up to this point, but is the original founder of the gang alongside Dutch. It was these two who took Arthur in 20 years ago and raised him, and collectively these three, Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur are the top members of the gang. While the structure is never explicitly detailed, Dutch is the main leader, with Hosea serving in something like a vice president role, and Arthur is the top lieutenant, the workhorse as he describes himself. Hosea is frequently described by members of the gang as a con man, and throughout the game, we'll see him rob people using his mind more often than his pistol. In this scene, Hosea tries to talk some sense into Dutch, reminding him of their plans to lay low and then head west.
But we need money. Everything we has in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there?
No. I just want to stick to the plan, which was to lie low, then head back out west. Now, suddenly we're about to rob a train.
Hosea expresses concern about earning the wrath of Leviticus Cornwall, the individual whose train it is, but Dutch waves this off and a group of them ride out of camp to do the job. Arriving on a ridge overlooking the train tracks, Arthur assists gang member Bill Williamson with setting up the explosives on the track that will be used to stop the train. However, as the train appears and the robbery is meant to begin, the explosives malfunction and don't go off.
Shit! No! What? God!
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Where did you find that moron?
Who said it was fine?
Come on!
This forces several of the gang members to attempt to board the train, with only Arthur and Lenny being successful.
Yeah, you're okay. Now, let's go slow this thing down.
The pair stop the train themselves and regroup with the rest of the arriving gang. Using dynamite, they blow open the train car and proceed to steal several bearer bonds that the gang can sell for money.
They worth anything?
Oh, sure. Bearer bonds. I think we can probably sell these pretty easily. Well done.
Returning to the abandoned mining camp, the gang is finally ready to leave, and they do so in a large caravan, heading to a location Hosea suggests called Horseshoe Overlook, near the town of Valentine. I want to quickly pause to give a little background information and say that Red Dead Redemption largely doesn't use any real-world names for locations in the game. However, most of the places and regions are easy enough to find a rough real-world match to. So for example, the mountain range the group was just in and leaving are referred to as the Grizzlies and are essentially the Rocky Mountains. The town the gang is heading towards, Valentine, doesn't have a one-to-one equivalent, but is described as a livestock town and located in a fictional Great Plains region known as the Heartlands. By this information, the best guess is somewhere like eastern Colorado or Nebraska or Kansas, although in-game the state is named New Hanover. Continuing with the story, Arthur, Hosea, and Charles ride together on a wagon and arrive as the new camp is being set up. Through a discussion with Dutch, we learn that Micah was the person who turned Dutch onto the ferry job that went so poorly in Blackwater. Dutch defends the decision and assures both Hosea and Arthur that the plan is to get a little money here before heading west away from civilization and the government. Dutch gives another one of his signature Dutch Vanderlyn speeches to the whole gang.
Now, everyone, put your tools down for a moment. Come on, gather round. Quickly now. I know that things have been tough, but we are safe now, and we are far too poor. So it is time for everyone to get to work.
Get to work, but stay out of trouble.
This will lead us into the second chapter of the game, based around the new camp location, Horseshoe Overlook. If Chapter 1 of the game was about introducing the player to the different characters in the gang and planting seeds for later story developments, then Chapter 2 primarily serves to further develop the relationships with the members of the Vanderlyn gang. During this chapter, Arthur completes a mission with most members of the gang, which often are structured to incorporate at least one extended horseback travel sequence where Arthur, and by extension us, interact with the different characters. Additionally, there are two final members of the Vanderlyn gang who we have not seen yet, and both will be introduced this chapter. I don't want to give the impression that this chapter is only fluff, because that is not the case. It has several missions that move the various overarching narrative threads forward, including what I consider to be the most important mission in the game. However, it also contains what I consider to be the most nonsensical mission in the entire game as well, which results in inconsistent characterization for Dutch. Unfortunately, this isn't where Chapter 2's problems end. Chapter 2 is where the game pulls back the curtain and allows the player to freely explore the game world at will. It will become almost entirely open to the player, and while this open world is truly incredible, it has the effect of causing the narrative of the chapter to quickly lose focus. What is already a slow chapter is further hurt by the fact that there might be literal hours of exploration and free roaming between main missions. And this isn't just me speculating. In an attempt to provide data for this claim, I took a look at the trophy percentages on PlayStation. From looking at the trophies, we can see that the completion rate for Chapter 1 of the story is 72%. The trophy for completing Chapter 2 has a percentage of 49%. This is a drop-off rate of 23% between these chapters, and is larger than any other chapter-to-chapter drop-off, which, for reference, are mostly around 5%. I wanted to make mention of this because this is where many players will stop playing the story, whether temporarily or permanently. The game even subtly steers you towards the open world with the first cutscene of the chapter. After resting, Arthur wakes up and is immediately greeted by Hosea, who, over a cup of coffee, provides details of where various members of the camp are and how they might be of interest to Arthur. From here, the player has many options of what missions they engage with next, with quite a few of them introducing further side activities available to the player, such as hunting or playing poker. And for now, let's put a pin in the discussion of the open world and continue with the synopsis of the main story.
Thank you.
After having the opening conversation with Hosea, Arthur witnesses Uncle, that cranky old man of the group, seemingly relaxing while everyone else is hard at work setting up the camp or in the surrounding town gathering information. Arthur suggests the pair of them go into town to do their part, and Uncle reluctantly agrees. Accompanying them are the three younger women in the group, Karen, Mary Beth, and Tilly. These three serve similar roles as Miss Grimshaw and are responsible for making sure the camp runs smoothly and that the day-to-day chores are taken care of. Upon arriving in the town of Valentine, the group splits up, with the three women going to the saloon to look for leads, and Arthur and Uncle going to the general store for basic supplies.
But I know you love me. Desperately. You're my favorite parasite. No. Ringworm's my favorite parasite. You're my second favorite parasite.
Very funny.
I lied. Ringworm, then rats with the plague, then you.
Shut up.
After not too long, Mary Beth returns with information about a potential train to rob, as well as the group sees Tilly getting harassed by a former acquaintance. Arthur threatens and scares the man off, and from there goes to look for Karen in the hotel. He finds her being assaulted by the man she had picked up, and Arthur deals with the man from there. Arthur checks that Karen is okay, and she reveals that she picked the man up only because he was talking about the bank in town and she was trying to gather information. This will become a plot point in the next chapter. The mission ends with the group reconvening in the street and a man seemingly recognizing them from the incident in Blackwater. Arthur chases the man down and can make the decision to kill or spare him. The choice makes no difference in the overall narrative and is meaningless outside of an extra cutscene you get if you choose to save him, which I did. He agrees to forget that he saw you and you go your separate ways.
I think it's best for both of us if we pretend this never happened.
Well, I agree.
Returning back to Valentine, Arthur meets up with Charles and Javier for a drink. However, they are quickly forced into a brawl due to Bill Williamson. The fight is eventually broken up, and it's here where we are introduced to one of the two final members of the Vanderlyn gang, a man named Josiah Trelawney.
Making new friends again, I see, Arthur.
Look who we found sniffing about.
Josiah Trelawney.
The very same.
Well,
Trelawney is a well-dressed conman who floats in and out of the gang. He explains a little bit about what's going on in Blackwater, and also reveals that Sean, member of the gang and who was thought to have been killed during the Blackwater robbery, is in fact still alive and being held by bounty hunters. Despite the dangers of Blackwater, Dutch insists that they have to try to rescue Sean and sends Charles, Javier, and Trelawney to scout out the area in order to develop a plan. Sean is the final member of the Vanderlyn gang that we've not met yet. Arthur then travels to a nearby train station in order to follow up on a lead that Reverend Swanson supposedly has. He arrives to find the Reverend intoxicated and in the middle of a poker game. The men get irritated that Arthur wants to take the Reverend away, and so Arthur finishes out the poker game in his place. Upon finishing the game, Arthur realizes that the Reverend has disappeared and begins searching the area for him, ultimately finding him stuck on the train tracks and having to help him get free to avoid an oncoming train. I want to say that Reverend Swanson, despite having more of a secondary role within the gang, is one of my favorite characters. The early parts of the game paint him as an annoying character and a drunk, but the arc you see him go through over the course of the game is expertly written in my opinion.
there was a goddamn train, you crazy bastard!
Have I been bad again, Mr. Morgan? I'm sorry. I wish I was different.
During the poker game at the start of this mission, I particularly liked this moment.
Can you imagine him at the pulpit? If he could stand up.
On the fourth day, he turned water into whiskey, and I don't remember much after that.
I'll call.
He's a decent fella going through a bad time. Disrespect him again, and you'll find yourself in a bad time, too.
Arthur standing up to the men and defending Swanson also really shows Arthur's character. Up to this point, I had viewed the Reverend as a joke myself, and hearing Arthur's opinion actually made me reconsider my own. Again, I think this is excellent writing on Rockstar's part. Arthur returns Reverend Swanson back to the camp at Horseshoe Overlook and then sets out with Hosea on a hunting trip. Prior to getting out into the wild, the pair stop in Valentine to sell an extra horse they have, and for Arthur to use the money to purchase a new horse for himself. The selling and purchasing of the horses is easy and serves more as a tutorial on the stable process for players. It may sound silly, but the game does a great job of making you become attached to your horse. The American Standard bred that I purchased during this mission, I named Cassio, and she would remain with me through the entirety of the game, and I actively stabled other, better horses because of my emotional bond to Cassio. Riding his new horse, Arthur and Hosea continue with the hunting trip and make their way back up north into the mountains in search of a fabled 1,000-pound bear that Hosea has witnessed. The bear's trail leads them from a river to the opening of a small valley, and here players are given the choice of having Arthur and Hosea split up to search or utilizing bait to lure the bear to them. Either option leads to the pair realizing that they are in over their heads and are forced to run/scare it off. Hosea in particular suffers a bruised ego from this encounter and gifts Arthur a map of the locations of similarly unique animals for him to hunt should he wish to. This is our introduction to the side activity where you hunt legendary animals. This is an activity I enjoyed quite a bit, and I will return to it again later in the video. The next mission sees Arthur meet up with Javier and Charles on a ridge overlooking the town of Blackwater. Javier reveals that the town is still crawling with Pinkertons, and so Trelawney has been sent into the town to try and get information about Sean's whereabouts. Trelawney arrives shortly after with the information they need, that Sean will be held in a camp nearby before eventually being relocated to a federal prison. With this information in hand, the options are either to rescue him now before he gets handed over to the government, or to cut him loose and forget about him. Thankfully, this is not another needless choice given to the player, and instead the decision is made for you. As the plan is set in motion, the group follows the boat being used to transport Sean upriver towards the camp. It eventually docks, and Trelawney fakes having a medical episode to buy Arthur and Javier time to take out the bounty hunters. As Arthur and the group make their way up the canyon towards the camp, things erupt into a shootout, ultimately culminating in locating Sean within the camp. He is rescued and they all return to Horseshoe Overlook. Building on comments I made during the mission with Reverend Swanson, I think this mission demonstrates quite well Arthur's personality. Like with both Uncle and the Reverend prior to this, Arthur outwardly appears quite prickly and seems like he likes to make other characters think that he's more of an asshole than he actually is.
You know, nothing means more to me than this gang, the bond we share. It's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it, I would happily die for it. But in spite of all of that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me.
I don't believe a word of that, Arthur.
Get him out of here!
As the game goes on, though, it becomes clear that he deeply cares about the members of this gang and would go to great lengths for most of them. Arthur's personality is one of the reasons I actually prefer him as a protagonist over John Marston in the original game. And I mean that. I, like many people, was initially upset to learn that the sequel put us in the shoes of Arthur as opposed to John. Arthur Morgan appears quite shallow in the early bits of the game, at least to me. He seemed uninteresting and borderline one-dimensional, just a gruff gunslinger for Dutch. However, I think Chapter 2 is where we really begin to see Arthur's personality, and as the game continues to unfold, we'll see much more of it. Once back at camp, Arthur, Dutch, and Bill begin questioning Kieran, the O'Driscoll gang member they captured in the first chapter. Dutch and Bill use the implication of castration into scaring Kieran to reveal what he knows, which is that there's an O'Driscoll camp at a place called 6 Point Cabin. Kieran agrees to take Arthur, Bill, and John there, but also maintains that he is not loyal to the O'Driscolls anymore.
I don't like him. I mean, I like him even less than I like you, no offense.
Oh, none taken.
As usual, once arriving at the camp, a large gunfight ensues, and afterwards, as Arthur approaches the cabin to search for the gang's leader, he is caught off guard and almost killed. Arthur only manages to avoid a bullet because Kieran shoots and kills the O'Driscoll attacker. Upon finding that Colm O'Driscoll isn't at the camp, Arthur is convinced that Kieran set them up. However, Kieran rightfully retorts that he wouldn't have killed Arthur's attacker if he was trying to set them up. Arthur allows Kieran to go free, but Kieran decides to stay with and become a part of the Vanderlyn gang.
I'm letting you run away, now go on, get out of here!
That's as good as killing me. Out there, without you, Colm O'Driscoll's gonna lose his mind about this.
So?
So I'm one of you now.
The next two missions I have a significant amount of commentary on because they have a lot of problems and even create a few for the overall narrative. I think the best way for us to tackle these problems is for me to detail what happens in both of the missions while offering no insight, and then afterwards we'll rewind and talk about all of the problems. The first mission begins while at camp, with Arthur and Dutch discussing the gang's plans for the future. Their conversation is interrupted as Lenny rides into camp yelling that Micah has been arrested for murder in the town of Strawberry. Arthur expresses a sense of good riddance, which this time feels different than the act he usually puts on with the other characters. Dutch asks Arthur to trust his judgment and to go save Micah, but beforehand, to take Lenny into the town of Valentine for a drink in order to calm him down. During the ride to Valentine, Lenny details the sporadic actions of Micah that led him to murdering the people in Strawberry. Arriving at the saloon, Arthur and Lenny agree to have a drink or two and then return to camp.
Of course, just a drink. No big drama. Oh. Oh. That's great, partner. Lenny, where are you?
This plan quickly goes out the window as the pair continue drinking and causing problems for the others at the bar. The night ends with the two being chased by deputies and thrown in the drunk tank.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness!
The following morning, they pay their fees and are released. For the second mission, Arthur travels to the town of Strawberry where Micah is being held. Arthur poses as a bounty hunter in order to get information from the local sheriff, and it's revealed that their intentions are to hang Micah and the individual he was fighting with, an O'Driscoll. Arthur is able to find Micah's jail cell and Micah uses a mix of flattery and pity to convince a reluctant Arthur to help him. Using a nearby wench, Arthur rips the bars off the jail cell, allowing Micah to escape. As the sheriffs and deputies begin opening fire, Arthur is forced to continue protecting Micah, who refuses to leave due to some unfinished business. He leads them to a house where Micah then murders a man and woman who had his special revolvers. Afterwards, the two ride out of town, with Arthur furious that he was forced to shoot up half of a town, and Micah showing no real remorse for the deaths. Although he does recognize that after all of this, he shouldn't return to the gang camp until he has something of value to offer Dutch. And that's it. Micah will be back at Horseshoe Overlook camp after you do another mission with him later on in the chapter. There are no consequences for him for these actions, and what's worse is that Dutch doesn't seem to give a shit. One of his gunslingers massacred a town a mere stone's throw away from the gang's current hideout, and there's nothing. No extra dialogue, no cutscene, nothing. This is in stark contrast to Dutch's reaction when Bill Williamson starts the fight at the saloon in Valentine. This was at the beginning of the chapter. What Micah does is magnitudes worse than Bill's actions, yet Bill is criticized and ridiculed for the remainder of the game, yet Micah gets nothing. I find the outcome of this mission so incredibly stupid that I honestly had a hard time believing that this was it. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that either. I was sure that there would be a cutscene where Micah enters camp and Dutch just shoots him in the head. Or where Arthur and Micah would argue about what happened in front of Dutch. There's even a mission that occurs later this chapter that, as it was happening, I was sure would reference this strawberry massacre and finally be the consequence I was waiting for. However, none of these occur. Micah murders 2 people in one of the largest towns in the area, and after escaping, continues to murder many, many more. I seriously can't overstate this. Dutch has been in this lifestyle for over 20 years, and it's reasonable to assume that he would understand that a move like this creates problems. Micah is a liability for every single person in the camp, at the very least because he didn't follow the orders of keeping a low profile. Yet none of this is ever addressed. It's hand-waved away and forgotten about the moment the mission ends. This leads me to believe that Rockstar created this mission for no other reason than to showcase how crazy and unpredictable Micah is. Some of you might have guessed this by now, but if not, I'm going to rip off the band-aid for you. Micah is one of the main villains in the game. So the whole point of this mission seems to be to illustrate how callous and evil he is without actually giving any thought to what sort of consequences there'd be for something like this. This mission is also unnecessary because later this same chapter there's almost a complete repeat of this exact scenario, but done much better. We'll get to this mission in more detail later, but the basics are that several members of the gang are ambushed in town and forced into a scenario where they have to shoot their way out. The consequence is that the entire camp has to pack up and move to a new location because of this. I've also actually thought a lot about how you could fix this mission without just straight up cutting it, largely because I simultaneously really like the mission beforehand where you drink with Lenny. I think almost all of the problems these 2 missions have could be solved if you swap the order of the missions as well as tweaked a few things. I'm going to armchair game develop for a tiny bit, but I'll keep it brief because I understand that any suggestions I could make ultimately mean very little and are also easy to express from the outside looking in. In this new scenario, let's imagine that as Lenny explains what has happened to Micah in Strawberry, Dutch wants Arthur and Lenny to go there immediately to rescue him. Arthur isn't sure that sending Lenny back is a good idea, but maybe Dutch implies that Lenny needs to do his part. The pair travel to Strawberry, and right away several of the town members begin to recognize Lenny. This forces them to use the wench to quickly release Micah, but doing so alerts the sheriff and his deputies. Arthur, Micah, and Lenny are then forced to kill the law enforcement before they can escape. Micah doesn't return to camp as before, leaving Arthur and Lenny to update Dutch on what happened. The following mission would then be the drinking mission with Lenny, playing out almost exactly the same, only now they could discuss what happened in Strawberry, as well as Micah and Dutch. This narratively also makes more sense because it's odd that originally they went to drink before actually going to rescue Micah. These small set of changes would keep the overall outcomes to these missions the same, but make it make more sense. Okay, and with that, I've talked about these two missions for way longer than was probably necessary, so I'm going to continue on with the narrative.
So, that was a quiet drink?
During this chapter, Arthur receives a letter from someone named Mary Linton, who we learn is his former romantic partner. After an awkward reunion, Mary reveals that she needs Arthur's help with a family problem. It seems Mary's younger brother Jamie has joined a religious cult known as the Shalonians, and Mary hopes that Arthur will help get him back. Arthur expresses his resentment towards Mary's family, particularly her father, who always looked down on him and his lifestyle. This eventually leads to the player being given the choice of whether to help Mary or not. I chose to help, and so Arthur agrees to find Jamie and bring him to Mary at the nearby train station. If you choose not to help, that's the end of it, and you miss out on another mission in a later chapter. Arthur locates the cult's camp on the top of a cliff and can either peacefully or violently convince the leader of the cult to let him speak to Jamie. But before he can, Jamie panics and rides off. Arthur chases him down and manages to also stop him from killing himself. Riding back together, it's clear Arthur cares for Jamie and probably still sees him as a younger brother.
It's okay, kid.
Have I been a terrible fool, Arthur?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But one thing I do know. There ain't no shame in looking for a better world.
Arthur gives him the best advice he can and brings him to the station to meet his sister. Arthur and Mary say their goodbyes, and you can tell both still care for each other, but that their situation can't work because of who they each are. This is an optional main mission, but I think adds a lot to Arthur's character in showing us a side of him that isn't just a gruff gunslinger. Now, returning to camp, Arthur gets a mission from Leopold Strauss, who is an Austrian moneylender / loan shark that is a part of the gang. He tasks Arthur with collecting the money he has been lending individuals in the area. These missions involve traveling to the location of one of the debtors and threatening them into repayment, typically requiring Arthur to rough them up or chase them down. The most significant of these collections is to collect the debt from an individual named Mr. Downs. As Arthur arrives at the Downs ranch, he finds him tending to his crops. Arthur quickly gets violent with Thomas Downs over the debt.
You borrowed money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him, you took the money. He wants it back, what's not to understand? Where's our money?
I don't have it.
But despite his efforts, Arthur is unable to collect because the Downs have no money to give. Thomas's wife informs Arthur that her husband is not well and that they just need more time. Arthur angrily tells them to get the money and then rides off. Following up with Mr. Strauss back at camp, Arthur criticizes him for lending money to a man on his deathbed.
Dude, you were a fool for lending them the money.
Well, people who aren't desperate don't seem so interested in my propositions.
While at camp, Miss Grimshaw delivers a message to Arthur from Hosea to meet him at a nearby property known as Emerald Ranch. When he arrives, he witnesses Hosea attempting to establish a partnership with a local fence, a man named Seamus who buys stolen property such as carriages. Seamus needs to do a test run before committing to working together, so he tasks Hosea and Arthur with stealing a stagecoach from one of his cousins by marriage, a cousin he doesn't like.
But you're fine with us robbing your cousin.
By marriage. And yes, I'd love it.
You heard the man. Let's go rob his cousin.
By marriage.
I do think this mission is fluff, and is mainly used as a way to set up the wagon robbery activity for players. However, I also like that it illustrates how Hosea and Arthur set up clever or silly schemes for their robberies, not just exclusively using their guns. Once arriving, players are given the option to wait until night or to proceed during the day. Either option results in the carriage being successfully stolen and the house being robbed, but I preferred the day option as it led to Hosea having to distract the father and son with his charisma. Either way, the carriage is returned to Seamus, who now agrees to a fencing partnership. Back at camp, John asks Arthur about the train robbery that Mary Beth mentioned all the way back at the beginning of the chapter.
Train full of rich tourists heading to Saint Denis and then cruising off to Brazil.
Okay.
A train laden with baggage and passing through a bit of deserted country at night.
The plan is that instead of boarding the moving train, they instead force it to stop by placing something flammable, such as oil, on the tracks ahead of it. They split up the work, with Arthur proceeding to a nearby oil refinery to secure an oil wagon for the plan. And while not currently important, the name on the side of the oil tank is Cornwall, which may ring a bell. A funny note, as I played this mission, my oil wagon actually took a number of shots, and you could see the oil draining out of the bullet holes. This has no impact on the following mission, and wouldn't really make sense anyways, because it still appears to look like a full oil tank to anybody else that saw it. I just thought this was a cool detail for Rockstar to include and to animate. Again, the attention to detail in this game is incredible. The mission continues with Arthur and John bringing Charles into the fold, and also finding that Sean has inserted himself into the robbery as well. I think it was a wise move for the developers to include Sean because due to his late return to the gang, we haven't got to interact with him much. I also just find him quite funny and a fun personality to have in contrast to the other largely more serious members.
Me and the big cheeses, love it. Can't wait to slit some bastard's throat.
He's a little crazy in the same way Micah is, but is charming in a way that Micah isn't.
If I take you, I might as well bring Micah along.
Now compare me to that oily turd again. You're a dead man.
Fair enough.
The whole opening segment of the robbery occurring is well done and looks very visually cool.
What's going on here? What's going on?
Nothing good. I'm going aboard. Make that quick and join us on there.
Hey, all right, get on that train.
Faster. All yours, Captain. We'll go on ahead.
Everybody stay calm and don't you get shot. Go. Everything you got. Money, valuable.
We're looking good in here.
Arthur, we've got a problem. There's two arseholes on horses.
A problem arises as several lawmen quickly arrive. The group manages to fight them off and ride away before more can turn up. Regrouping, the question on all of their minds is if this job was a setup due to how fast the lawmen arrived. Arthur doesn't think so, but expresses that he's starting to get nervous, with Charles adding that maybe they were followed from Blackwater. To make matters worse, Arthur has a more concrete conversation with the law soon after this. Once back at camp, Abigail asks Arthur to take hers and John's son, Jack, fishing, to which Arthur agrees. The mission primarily serves as a tutorial on how to fish, but the ending moves several plot beats along and provides a sense of urgency as this chapter is nearing its conclusion. As Arthur and Jack spend time together fishing, a pair of men ride up on them, and immediately Arthur is on edge.
Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Who are you?
Yes, Arthur Morgan, Vanderlyn's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphaned street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer.
These are Agent Milton and Agent Ross with the Pinkerton Detective Agency. Agent Milton says that they have information and accounts that Dutch robbed the train up north. The detectives attempt to make a deal with Arthur.
This is my offer, Mr. Morgan. Bring in Vanderlyn, and you have my word you won't swing.
Arthur refuses, and Agent Milton brings up Mac Callender, one of the gang members who has been missing up until now. Milton confirms that he personally killed Mac Callender himself. The agents leave, and Arthur and Jack return to camp. I have a big problem with the details of this meeting. Mainly, how exactly did these two agents even find Arthur out there? It's never addressed. Which I think is silly because this could have easily been the consequence for the Strawberry Massacre mission with Micah. I actually originally thought that this was the scene it would get brought up. It doesn't, but how easy could that have been? The agents heard about a town getting shot up, investigated, and managed through witness accounts to place the group to somewhere in this area. This would be a realistic chain of events and would serve as a reason for the gang to move camps. This would also fix Dutch's asinine and idiotic response to Arthur telling him about the agents. Dutch literally says that they should do nothing, and this makes less sense than him forgiving Micah for the massacre. I don't get this response. I don't get what the writers are trying to show with this response. It just seems like the writers don't know what to have him say because there are still a few more missions in this chapter. I think the best fix for this would have been to move this mission to be one of the first the player does in the 3rd chapter. It would create bookends for Chapter 3, where you interact with the Pinkertons both at the beginning and the end. It would also make more sense why Dutch doesn't want to leave, because in that scenario, they would have just relocated and he thinks that they will be fine. Back to the story, Arthur rides out and meets Micah at his makeshift camp where he seems to have a job for them.
Ha ha, no. I got a plan to make it up to you.
Oh, plan like the Blackwater ferry job, or like you going off scouting and ending up in jail?
Dutch said you was a big shadow cast by a tiny tree.
I don't even know what that means.
Micah wants them to rob a bank coach, to which Arthur agrees to, but not foolishly. He immediately begins asking questions about the situation. Micah is classic Micah and provides slim details and deflections about the situation, and it's a wonder that Arthur doesn't whip out his pistol and blow his brains out. Dutch would never know, and nobody else in the camp seems to actually like Micah. That's a joke, yeah, but it also is a real point. The plot in this game is largely very good, but it suffers when it does because of inconsistent characters or motivations. This is largely centered around Micah too, because it seems like the writers don't know how to write other characters responding even halfway realistic and or reasonably to him. When Micah is involved, many members of the gang seem to act out of character. Going forward, I'm going to call these moments Micah madness and be done with it, because otherwise I'm just going to be repeating myself over and over again. Continuing with the mission, Micah does say that his source indicates they were hitting this bank wagon on the regular. So in a case of Micah madness, Arthur still seems to think this is a good idea. The wagon's guards are no match for Micah and Arthur, who quickly take control of the wagon. On the journey back to camp, however, they are overtaken by O'Driscolls, who themselves had plans to rob the coach.
What the hell? Come on, Arthur, get out of there!
With the coach now broken, their only option is to fight off the O'Driscolls, which they do. Arthur and Micah then open up the bank lockbox before parting ways, with Micah now returning to the main camp over at Horseshoe Overlook. John Marston is waiting for Arthur and Valentine with a new lead: steal a herd of sheep that will soon be up for auction and then turn around and sell them themselves. The theft goes off without a hitch. Arthur is able to scare off the ranchers with several rifle shots, and he and John round up the sheep to bring them to Valentine. However, the auctioneer recognizes the sheep are stolen, but is willing to move forward with them regardless in exchange for a percentage of what they sell for. John and Arthur reluctantly agree and then proceed to the saloon where Dutch is waiting for them. This whole interaction in the bar feels quite contrived because Dutch was waiting for them, but then asks where they've been as if he doesn't know, and then right away afterwards sends John and Strauss to go check back on the auction. This leaves Arthur and Dutch, but they just chit-chat about Strauss, and it's unclear to me why Dutch was waiting for them anyways, given that he didn't know what they were doing and also didn't have anything specific to talk about. It feels like the writers had the end segment of this mission planned, but didn't know how to organically get there.
Vanderland! Get out here! Get out
What
here
the
now! Vanderland! You don't know me, but you keep robbing me! My name is Leviticus Cornwall!
Leviticus Cornwall is finally introduced in person. He's an industrialist and businessman, and in case you aren't quite sure why he's relevant, he is the individual who the gang robbed the train of at the end of the first chapter. And he is also the owner of the oil refinery that Arthur stole the wagon from for the second train robbery. Cornwall's men have John and Strauss at gunpoint, and after much yelling, he just rides off, leaving his men to deal with this. In general, I like this scene for what it is at face value, but it also makes no sense. Similar to the Pinkertons finding Arthur by the river, how did Cornwall and his men know that Dutch was in the saloon in Valentine? Why is he even there if his intention was to just yell a bunch and then ride off? Why didn't he just send his men, or Pinkerton agents, to the saloon?
I don't know, Arthur.
Nor do I.
And I know that the answer to these questions are that Rockstar wanted to introduce Leviticus Cornwall in person, but also didn't want to give players a chance to kill him yet. Perhaps I'm being nitpicky, especially because I like Cornwall as a villain character, but like I mentioned moments ago, this scene plays out like the writers had this badass moment in their head of Cornwall confronting Dutch and Arthur, but then didn't know how to execute it in a way that makes logical sense. I know I've spent a decent amount of time making suggestions for parts of the story, and I definitely don't want to come across as if I think I'm more qualified or know these characters better than their creators, but I do think it's valid as part of a critique to provide basic solutions to problems. I don't think it's useful to just shit on a game without justifying why, as well as attempting to provide potential fixes. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, however, so I'll just say that I think the best solution here is to save seeing Cornwall in person for a later chapter. The mission could have started in the saloon with Dutch, and him telling Arthur and John that he'll wait there for them as they go steal the sheep. As Arthur and John leave, maybe they could have bumped into a man, not realizing that he was a Pinkerton, or maybe that he recognizes them. The mission then could proceed as normal, which would provide a reason for how the Pinkertons and Cornwall found them at the saloon. Returning to the actual scene, Dutch and Arthur exit the saloon, with Dutch distracting them in order to allow Arthur to shoot the agent holding John. Ultimately, Strauss is shot in the leg, which forces John and Dutch to put him in a wagon in order to transport him. Arthur is providing covering fire during all of this. Dutch, John, and Strauss take off for camp, and Arthur makes sure no one is following before finally escaping the town himself. This event was enough to make Dutch decide that the gang does in fact need to move camp.
Maybe you and Charles can go take a look, clear off anyone you find before the whole lot of us move in looking so conspicuous.
And how we gonna do that?
I don't know. Start dancing?
Looks like I turned into the goddamn errand boy.
The ride to the location has Charles and Arthur discussing the problems that they are beginning to see, that the group is too big for them to truly lie low, and that Dutch isn't the type of person that will hide away in a cave. Both acknowledge that there doesn't seem to be a good solution for their group right now, and I like this conversation because it shows how these two's relationship has developed since that first hunting trip they made together up in the mountains. They are very honest with each other and are friends, not just gang members. It shows, too. They find a small family of scared German immigrants, and Charles freely stands up to Arthur, who is dismissive and acts like this isn't their problem.
Ain't no business of ours. I don't even speak their language.
You ain't as tough and dense as all that. Come on, Arthur.
You were just gonna send that woman and her children on their way?
We're wanted, man. We got Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving camp, not running off on some wild goose chase.
Come on, Arthur. That's not how you are.
Charles helps keep Arthur a good person, even when Arthur doesn't want to be. Charles and Arthur locate the missing father of the family at a camp where he had been captured. After clearing out the captors, they both decide that this spot would make a good location for the new gang camp, and so Charles goes to find Dutch in the caravan, while Arthur reunites the German man with his family. The Vanderlyn gang all arrive at the new camp location, an area in the south called Clemens Point, which leads us into Chapter 3.
Well, I don't know where the hell we are, but we are going to make the best of it.
I think this chapter is a good place for us to lay out the various narrative threads that the game has running at this point. The main narrative thread is that the gang needs money in order to retire. This is the through line, and the game constantly reminds us of it through Dutch and the others constantly circling back to this point.
Make enough money, then find somewhere where nobody will find us. Where we don't have to hide. But we need money. Everything we has in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there? Last thing I want is to get us into trouble, but we need money. Now, we have the opportunity here to put ourselves in the middle of something.
The gang is trying to get enough money so they can go west or to anywhere away from the law and civilization. Additionally, starting with this chapter moving forward, each has kind of a self-contained side plot within the main narrative. So for example, Chapter 3's plot is focused on two wealthy southern families, whereas Chapter 4 is focused on dealing with a crime boss in the city. Both of these side plots are mostly wrapped up in their respective chapters and serve the main plot of needing money. Now, running parallel to this are situations with several factions. We have the growing conflict with the rival gang the O'Driscolls. We have Leviticus Cornwell hunting them, and within this are the Pinkerton Detective Agency and their detectives Milton and Ross. And finally, several times now, the gang has brought up the suspicion of whether there is a rat within the group. Chapter 3 as a whole features narrative escalation in each of the main plot threads that I just listed. I found this excellent as all of the storylines had some form of meaningful progression while not overshadowing any of the others. The snowballing effect that the narration takes on during this chapter helps reassert the feeling that saving this gang might be out of our control. And with that, let's get into the chapter. With the gang getting settled, Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur ride out to go fishing, but more importantly to also discuss the way forward after the incident in Valentine. Dutch again says that they need money, but also need to keep a low profile. On their way to the fishing creek, they stumble upon a pair of lawmen transporting a group of criminals, and amongst those criminals is one Josiah Trelawney. As Dutch talks with the lawmen, the other criminals pick the lock on their cage and escape onto a passing train. The lawman, introduced as Sheriff Lee Gray, agrees to let Trelawney go in exchange for Arthur assisting Deputy Archibald in catching these escaping criminals. Arthur successfully does just that, and he and Deputy Archibald make their way back to the town of Rhodes to deliver the wanted men. Upon delivery, Sheriff Gray is grateful and keeps his word to release Trelawney. Now free, Trelawney shares what information he has on the area, and in doing so sets the stage for the main side plot of this chapter.
The whole town is trapped in this interminable feud between the two families. His lot, Gray's, and Braithwaite's.
Interesting.
Two old plantation houses, falling out over rebel gold, and marrying cousins or not marrying.
After hearing about these two families and this supposed gold, the wheels begin turning for Dutch, and he assigns Arthur and Hosea to learn more about the Grays and the Braithwaites, respectively. Before leaving, Trelawney brings up the bounties on everyone's head and warns that this information is spreading.
I met at a camp near the state line. Said there was talk of it in bars in the north and west for 500 miles.
Players are then given the decision to still go fishing with Dutch and Hosea, as originally planned, or to head back to camp. I chose to go fishing, and the three of them have a good time reminiscing about the old days. Returning to camp later, Arthur witnesses the cook Pearson and Sadie Adler in an intense argument regarding Sadie's responsibilities at camp. Sadie wants a more active role in the gang similar to the gunslingers, as opposed to doing household chores. Arthur and Sadie head into town, and during the trip we get to see a little bit behind the curtains of how the gang sets things up when they move to a new location.
Whenever we set up somewhere new, Strauss, he heads into town. Tells them to start expecting mail from a Tacitus Kilgore, whatever they changed it to.
In town, Arthur and Sadie take care of some basic errands for camp, and there aren't any problems until riders pull up next to them on the journey back. These gentlemen are Lemoyne Raiders, Lemoyne being the current state that the gang is in, kind of like Louisiana in real life. The men demand a toll be paid, but Sadie quickly answers them with bullets. The raiders are run off, and Arthur is impressed with Sadie's skill with a gun. While back at camp, Leopold Strauss gives a few more debtors' names to Arthur, who expresses his distaste for this work, but agrees to see what he can do when he has time. Like many of the ones from Chapter 2, these are optional, but provide money for the camp. The next several missions see Arthur hopping back and forth between the two families, helping one hurt the other, and then vice versa. The first of these sees Arthur make his way back to Rhodes to follow up with Dutch's assignment. He is tasked with getting friendly with Sheriff Gray and that family. However, upon arriving, he finds that Dutch and Bill have gotten the sheriff drunk, as well as have convinced him to deputize themselves and Arthur. Sheriff Gray asks them to help his other deputy root out some Braithwaite moonshiners from the nearby swamps. Deputy Archibald, Dutch, Bill, and Arthur come to the moonshiner distillery and split up into pairs to cover the routes. Arthur and Bill make their way, silently knocking out guards, before ultimately using dynamite to blow up the stills. After clearing the area, Dutch successfully pressures Archibald into letting him and his men take the last bit of the bottled moonshine. All of this leads to Dutch being quite excited.
We have a library on a land so stupid, a backwater so backwards that even we are like geniuses.
And he challenges Arthur to a friendly race back to camp.
It's the spirit. Okay, on my word. Set, go! Oh, I am sorry, son.
Well, spare the gloating, Dutch.
Oh, I'm not a gloater.
Throughout this chapter, Arthur has a chance to help a pair of kids from each family, Mr. Beau Gray and Miss Penelope Braithwaite. Similar to Romeo and Juliet, these two have fallen in love against their family's wishes. Both of them resent their families and want nothing to do with this ancient feud.
The thing is, I don't care if you kill the whole lot of us, and the Braithwaites.
I don't want to kill anyone.
I love her, you know.
Love who?
Penelope. But it's impossible.
Well, love tends to be complicated.
The missions begin with delivering letters back and forth between the two, but escalates to requiring Arthur to protect a women's suffrage protest that Penelope Braithwaite is involved in. These missions are optional and silly, but help develop additional members of both families. Arthur helps them as best he can, however we won't get a conclusion to their story in this chapter. Needing to make an introduction with the Braithwaites, Hosea comes up with the bright idea to use the remaining moonshine the gang acquired from the distilleries and bring it back to the family in exchange for a finder's fee. The matriarch of the family, Catherine Braithwaite, is not quite the fool they hoped she would be, and she acknowledges that she knows they stole it under orders from Sheriff Gray. She pays them the finder's fee, but follows up by telling them to bring the moonshine to the tavern in Rhodes and hand it out for free in order to undercut the profits of the tavern, which is owned by the Grays. Hosea and Arthur agree and develop a plan as they ride to Rhodes.
We'll need something.
I ain't playing dress up. You know how I feel about that.
Of course you're not. You're a clown's idiot brother.
Hosea, please.
I'm the clown. You're the idiot. Just look sad and keep quiet. Even you can do that, Arthur.
Oh, I have to.
Hosea talks their way into the saloon, and doing what the Braithwaites asked, they start serving the moonshine to the patrons for free. This catches the attention of some Lemoyne Raiders in the area, who were to be the original purchasers of the moonshine. This leads to a shootout, but Arthur and Hosea manage to escape. Arthur returns to camp to speak with Dutch and learn from him and Micah that the plan moving forward is to rob both of the families and get out before either realizes what has happened. Arthur jumps back over to the Grays and meets Tavish Gray, head of the family, who wants John, Arthur, and Javier to steal several of the Braithwaite's prized racing horses. Mr. Gray promises a fella he knows will offer a large payout for these horses. They successfully steal the horses and bring them to the contact, rustlers Clay and Clive Davies. However, their offered payout is a fraction of what Tavish Gray sold them on.
You goddamn fool, Marston.
Returning to the Braithwaites, they seem none the wiser about the horse thefts, and after some insults, Catherine tasks Arthur and Sean with sneaking into Caliga Hall. As Sean explains during the ride over, they are to burn down the Grays' tobacco fields. And that's exactly what they do. Once inside, Sean constructs Molotov cocktails, which when combined with the moonshine that the pair pour through the fields, leads to it all going up in flames.
After you, sir. Would you look at that? Now let's go light ourselves a fat cigar.
Somebody shoot him already!
I'll deal with these fellas.
I got the redhead!
Finally, to add further insult to injury, Sean manages to steal the employee payroll before they escape. From here, the game takes a break from the two Southern families and has missions where you work with different members of the gang on other endeavors. Keep in mind, many of these missions can be completed in between the ones focusing on the Grays and the Braithwaites. I've just presented them in this order because according to the game, this is the canon order. Dutch asks Arthur and Charles to check in on Trelawney in order to get more information about the bounty hunters after them. However, upon arrival at the rental caravans, his is clearly ransacked and he is nowhere to be seen. As they track Trelawney to a nearby cabin, Arthur is mildly concerned that Trelawney might give up the gang if pushed too far.
The thing is, after that shack, this will be remembered like a good time.
Put the man down, gentlemen.
Arthur and Charles chase the bounty hunters into a nearby cornfield, and after a game of cat and mouse, clear most of them out. One catches Arthur and attempts to make a deal with Charles, however Charles responds by quickly killing him. Again, I like the friendship that is slowly developing between Arthur and Charles.
You okay?
Never finer.
So, who was they?
They were bounty hunter. Attached to Cole Stoudemire.
Okay.
They weren't looking for me, per se.
What you tell them?
Not much.
In addition to giving them information about the bounty hunters, Trelawney also requests to stay at the gang's camp for a while in order to be protected. When playing the game through the first time, Trelawney was actually the person that I suspected was the rat in the group. This mission seems to kind of set that up with Arthur and Charles talking about it. During their conversation, Arthur mentions that Trelawney doesn't know where the camp is, and then at the end of this mission, he asks to stay with them. I can tell you that Trelawney is not the rat, and upon reflection, I think Rockstar tries to sell him as the obvious choice.
Well, I think you're as slippery as an eel in an oil slick, but still a man.
Back at camp, Trelawney wants to introduce Arthur to a new friend, one that can provide tips on specific stagecoaches for them to rob. The clerk at the Rhodes train station, a fellow by the name of Alden, is our man and provides these tips for a cost. Arthur pays, and for this one time Trelawney joins in, serving as a distraction to the driver and the passengers. Arthur robs the lockbox and the pair split the take and then go their separate ways. Similar to the Arthur and Hosea robbery in Chapter 2, this mission serves as an introduction to stagecoach robberies in this area. A member of the gang that we haven't interacted with much up to this point is Dutch's partner, Miss Molly O'Shea, and that's about to change. While at camp, she wants a word with Arthur and begins expressing concern over Dutch's current mindset. Whatever her intentions were, we'll never know because Uncle interrupts and takes over the conversation. Seriously, I find it hilarious that this happens. And also, that's it. That's the only interaction that Arthur will really have with Molly for the rest of the game. Uncle has a lead about robbing a payroll wagon and wants Arthur, Bill, and Charles to follow up on it. However, they push for Uncle to ride with them despite his protests. As the robbery is underway, the drivers reveal some unfortunate information.
You know, boys, I don't want to get shot, but this is a mistake. I work for Cornwall Kerosene and Tar, Mr. Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, great.
Arthur's not happy to learn this, as the robbery will no doubt put them back on Cornwall's radar, and without fail, armed guards quickly find the gang mid-robbery. Attempting to escape, the four of them are forced to hide out in an abandoned shed until nightfall. They are eventually found in the shed, but manage to slip away from their pursuers in the nearby forest.
We got some money, didn't we?
Sure, but now we got Cornwall on our backs.
It was an honest mistake.
Hey, leave it. Go on, get out of here. Every man split up. Go on, run, quick.
Good luck, gents.
Stay quiet and move.
The next mission sees Lenny and Arthur scoping out a location in the surrounding swamps known as Shady Belle. Lenny's heard that there's a group of weapon dealers living there, and they often have a large sum of money at the camp. The pair develop a plan to have Lenny play distraction and Arthur to pick the weapon dealers off from afar. While they don't find any money, they do find brand new rifles that they can easily sell. Returning to camp, Bill Williamson and Karen want a word with Arthur and reveal that they, along with Lenny, are planning on robbing the bank back in Valentine. If you remember, this was something that Karen was gathering information on back in the previous chapter. It was where she got roughed up in the hotel. Arthur agrees to go rob the bank, and prior to leaving camp, he is approached by Leopold Strauss. Mr. Strauss informs him that the debtor Thomas Downs, the one from the previous chapter who was sick and couldn't pay, has died. Strauss wants Arthur to collect the debt from Downs' wife. Outside the bank in Valentine, Karen enters first to distract the guards, allowing Bill, Lenny, and Arthur to rush in afterwards and catch them off guard. Arthur forces the teller to open the vault door, allowing access to the safes.
Boys, you need to move this along! Don't worry, I see him.
All of you count to 100 and keep your mouths shut. You understand me?
After exiting the bank with the money, it isn't even 20 steps before they are found out and the lawmen are in pursuit. Riding out of town, the gang is able to use an oncoming train to avoid capture, and from here, Arthur sends the rest of the crew back to camp, while he heads out to the Downs ranch. Ms. Downs and her son aren't surprised to see Arthur, but the widow is still upset by it nonetheless.
You had a choice.
You speak as if killing was something I cared about.
You ever wonder about eternity? You should.
I hope it's hot and terrible, Mrs. Downs. Otherwise, I'll feel I've been sold a false bill of goods. Now, please.
Despite seeing the pain of the family, Arthur nonetheless demands fulfillment of the debt, and this is one of the few instances in the game where Arthur actually seems like a bad person. Once he collects the money, he rides off. Back at camp, a bomb is dropped from Mr. Pearson and Micah. Colm O'Driscoll, leader of the O'Driscoll boys, wants to set up a parlay and sow for peace between the two gangs. Hosea says that it assuredly is a trap, with Micah even agreeing. However, Micah suggests that Arthur be perched with a scoped rifle on a nearby hilltop overlooking the meeting spot. The idea behind this is that he can protect them just in case. Dutch initially isn't convinced, but Micah manages to sell the plan to him. And this time it doesn't quite feel like a case of Micah madness. It seems more like Micah is manipulating Dutch and even starts sowing seeds of making him question Arthur's loyalty.
Here he goes, Doubting Thomas. Is there any plan you ain't sour on? I see all those mouths we gotta feed, and I dream too big, caring too much. That's my problem.
Caring too much? There's no such thing.
This is horse shit from both of you.
With everyone in position, Dutch and Micah meet Colm O'Driscoll, which is our first real introduction for him.
Oh, I like that. It's like I said, this is a charismatic leader. Lot of heat on us this time. Both of us. Whole heap of trouble.
The two bicker back and forth, but Dutch is the bigger man and apologizes to Colm for his past actions. Colm, on the other hand, offers nothing in the way of apologies back, but informs Dutch that the Pinkertons have offered him money if he brings Dutch in. At this time, Arthur hears footsteps behind him and is swiftly knocked unconscious by a member of the O'Driscoll boys. Arthur is taken back to an unknown location where he is both interrogated and tortured by Colm O'Driscoll. Arthur tries to talk reason into him, citing that both of their gangs have bigger problems, but Colm believes that once the government gets Dutch, they'll be satisfied. His plan was to meet with Dutch only to capture Arthur. From there, he would use him as bait to lure Dutch into a trap where the Pinkertons would be waiting. Of course, Arthur manages to escape before any of that can happen.
What the hell?
Arthur makes it back to Clemens Point and collapses, but the camp takes care of him. The first time playing through this mission, I really enjoyed it. It's quite intense. However, as I'm making this video, I realized that there are too many problems with this one. Let's rewind back to Colm's plan.
Let's see. We lure an angry Dutch in to rescue you. Grab all of you and hand you in. Then disappear.
So you only met with him to grab me?
Of course. He's gonna be so mad. He gonna come raging over here. And a whole lot of you. And the law will be waiting for him.
This makes no sense whatsoever. How does Colm know Arthur is up on the ridge? There's a popular fan theory that Micah is working for both gangs and would have informed the O'Driscolls, and while I personally find that theory compelling in ways, there is no evidence I could find in the game that confirms this, so I won't be discussing it any further. On top of this, how does Colm know if Dutch will even immediately go looking for Arthur? How would Dutch even know where to look?
I don't know, Arthur.
Nor do I.
In fact, these even seem to contrast what actually happens in the game. Prior to the parlay, Arthur suggests that they all meet up afterwards.
However this shakes out, let's aim to meet back at the fork in the road afterwards.
We'll be there, partner.
But then, obviously, he doesn't show up. Fast forward to Arthur arriving back at the camp, and Dutch is there and seems surprised to find Arthur in this state. So it appears like he didn't think anything of Arthur not showing up. And lastly, because I have to mention it, why didn't the man that attacked Arthur on the ridge not pick up the rifle and just shoot Dutch and Micah? Colm could have brought the bodies of Dutch and Arthur to the Pinkertons and likely gotten the same deal. And I'm not really sure how you fix these problems without just adding more dialogue between basically every set of characters. And yeah, maybe laying the foundation for something like Micah playing both sides against each other to be a realistic option. Because let me be clear, I think this mission is at its core a great idea. Officially introducing Colm and having the leaders of the rival gangs parlay, Arthur getting captured and tortured, it's all good stuff. I just know Rockstar are capable of making a tighter narrative. Back to the story. Arthur spends 2 weeks recovering from these injuries, and in that time apparently nothing meaningful has happened because there's no mention of any progress being made on anything. Arthur travels to Rhodes to meet up with Bill, Micah, and Sean, who have plans with the Gray family. Additionally, the next several missions all happen in one long chain, serving as the climax of the chapter. As these members of the Vanderlyn gang walk through town, they discuss the job the Grays need them for. However, as they continue down the empty streets, something seems off.
They said there was some big misunderstanding about them horses.
And what about boarding their fields?
They don't know we had anything to do with that.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, they think it was the Braithwaites. Listen, I know these Gray boys a bit now. This is on the level.
We're stuck in the middle of some ancient feud, but instead of playing both sides, we're being used by both of them.
They were saying that Catherine Braithwaite...
Hey, hold up. This don't feel right.
Now it don't feel right. I could have told you.
Sean's death was quite shocking and was a reminder, at least for me, that most of the Vanderlyn gang was probably going to die. I think the game expertly lulls the player into a false sense of security up to this point, and the ambush by the Gray family was also not the direction I was expecting the story to go. Arthur and Micah are separated from Bill during the ambush, but work their way into the cover of a building in order to better clear out the rest of the Grays. They approach the sheriff's office where Bill has found himself being held at gunpoint by Sheriff Gray, Deputy Archibald, and 2 others.
Shit!
He was a good kid.
Well, how the hell was I to know?
Let me see. They set us up once before. They didn't like us. We destroyed their farm. Should I go on?
Go easy on him, Morgan. He was out trying to find a lead, same as you, same as Hosea. All you do is complain when things don't work out, except when it's your goddamn fault.
Bill immediately gets defensive, attempting to shift the blame of Sean's death off of himself, with Arthur only further criticizing him for his stupidity. This leads Micah to jump in as well, showcasing how little he cares for anything but himself, and continuing his trend of being more openly critical of Arthur in front of others. Realizing that it's not worth it, Arthur tasks Bill with burying Sean and tells Micah to go back to camp.
What a goddamn mess we're making of things.
Arthur himself arrives back to camp only to find it in a panic because the boy Jack has gone missing. Between Hosea and Kieran, the connection is made that he was taken by the Braithwaites, likely in response to the schemes the gang has been running between the 2 families. To make matters worse, Hosea informs the gang that he's confident that neither family actually has any gold, and that this was all a waste. This prompts a ride to the Braithwaite estate in what is probably one of, if not the coolest cinematic moments in the entire game, as almost every gunslinger in the Vanderlyn gang rides together.
All right, everyone, dismount and come to me. We'll go in on foot from here. These redneck families think they can ruin us? I don't think so. Get down here now, you inbred trash!
Dutch briefly talks with the Braithwaite sons and gives them a chance to give Jack back, to which they refuse.
If you ain't gonna be civilized about this.
After clearing the men outside, Dutch, Hosea, Arthur, and John begin searching the manor for both Jack as well as Catherine Braithwaite. They find only Catherine, who even in these final moments is stubborn. Dutch drags her out of the manor before ordering that it be burned to the ground. And it's here, out on the hard ground, watching her home burn, that Catherine Braithwaite spitefully and mockingly tells the gang what happened to Jack. Her sons gave him to an Italian crime boss, Angelo Bronte, who resides in the city of Saint-Denis. Having no further use for the Braithwaite matriarch, the gang leaves.
What are we doing with her?
Leave her.
I told you she was crazy.
Chapter 3 isn't over yet, however, and at the camp, Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea try to reassure John that Jack is fine and will be found. As this is going on, a pair of surprise visitors make their way into camp.
Not a problem. Visitors. A solution. Good day, fine people. Mr. Vanderlyn.
Agents Milton and Ross give the gang an ultimatum. Give up Dutch and the rest of the gang can disappear, or they can all go down together. To the surprise of no one, every member of the gang stands with Dutch. The detectives are allowed to leave, which maybe is a bit of a plot hole, because realistically, I don't see why they couldn't kill the detectives there, or at the very least, take them hostage, but we'll leave that alone. Dutch decides that the gang should move camps again, and Arthur suggests a place called Shady Belle. This was the plantation house that him and Lenny fought the weapon dealers at earlier in the chapter. Arthur and John travel there this time, clearing the remaining weapon dealers out, and the gang moves in. Dutch and Arthur then ride out for Saint-Denis, with Dutch offering insight into the current situation.
I think we need to move a little further. Put some ocean between us and all of this. The mess with those two families, losing Sean. I see things differently now.
Once they arrive, they split up to begin checking for leads on Angelo Bronte. And just like that, Chapter 4 begins. As you begin riding down the streets of Saint-Denis, it becomes clear quickly how different this chapter feels compared to any of the others so far. It's something I feel Rockstar should be commended for. Saint-Denis truly feels like a city and unlike any of the other towns we've visited so far in the game. There's a moment in the original Red Dead Redemption where John rides into Mexico on the trail of one of the gang members, and that scene is often cited as one of the best moments in the game. And I agree with that sentiment. With Red Dead Redemption 2, entering the city of Saint-Denis for the first time and riding down the streets, I think is this game's version of that crossing over into Mexico moment. It feels so starkly different than anywhere else you can go on the map, and I actually think it was a misstep for Rockstar not to gatekeep entering the city until this chapter. Arriving here during exploration is fine, but in my opinion the moment carries much more gravity when you arrive with Dutch, having tough conversations about the situation the gang finds itself in, along with the objective of trying to find Bronte and Jack in this massive city. Arthur and Dutch begin checking the local bars for information about Angelo Bronte, that Italian crime boss who operates in the city. However, it's painfully obvious how much of a fish out of water they are within the city. Arthur eventually gets pointed in the direction of some of the local boys that hang around in the nearby alleyways, but he is quickly taken advantage of and robbed by them. He gives chase through the city, eventually leading to a dead end, with several kids drawing guns on him. Arthur demands his stuff back, and the leader of the boys questions him about his desire to see Mr. Bronte. Eventually, the boys give Arthur the location of Bronte's house, as well as his satchel back. This whole interaction, while cool, doesn't make a lot of sense. The kids steal Arthur's satchel, but then give it back to him without taking anything. They tell Arthur that he has disrespected Mr. Bronte by asking around for him, but then end up giving him his address anyways. The main goal of this mission was clearly to provide a scripted chase through the city in order to showcase how different it is, and in that regard it's successful. However, I'm not sure why the scene with the boys was written the way it was, especially given that I feel like there's a couple obvious lines of dialogue that could have fixed this. Have the beginning of the mission play out exactly the same. The boys only steal from Arthur in order to lead him into a trap. Once there, they question him about why he wants Mr. Bronte, and at this point have Arthur ask them if any of them have seen Jack. Within this group, there's kids of all ages here, and it would make logical sense that if these kids are working for Bronte, then maybe they would know about or have seen a new kid. Arthur could explain that he's looking for a friend's son who was stolen from them, which in turn could be why these boys decide to not kill Arthur and instead give him Bronte's address. These boys are kids themselves and even appear to be orphans, so maybe they recognize the care that Arthur is expressing for Jack and decide to do the right thing. Meeting back up with Dutch, Arthur gives him the address, and from there the plan is to pay Mr. Bronte a visit after they loop John in. Later that evening, the three men arrive at the residence of Angelo Bronte, which is a large manor, and they're escorted in by his own personal guards. Tensions seemingly escalate as Dutch makes threats, and Angelo Bronte hurls insults back. However, this quickly changes.
You twist words, you lie shamelessly, you think you are better than everyone else. Ti adoro. Date davvero sti uomini. Angelo Bronte.
Dutch Vanderlyn.
Mr. Bronte agrees to give them Jack, but requires a favor in return. The favor is to kill several individuals who have been robbing graves in the city's cemetery. This isn't out of compassion for the dead, however, but rather due to their lack of paying a tribute to the crime boss. Arthur and John travel to the cemetery while Dutch continues drinking with Bronte. They get into the cemetery and are able to locate and kill the grave robbers, but not without attracting the attention of the city's lawmen. Arthur and John are able to sneak past the guards, and upon returning to Bronte's manor, they find Dutch and Jack waiting for them. Jack and John reunite, and Dutch informs them that Bronte has retired for the evening, but has invited them to a high society party at the mayor's estate. The ride back to the new camp is mostly concerned with the men asking Jack questions about his stay with Angelo Bronte. While nothing classically sinister took place that we're informed of, Jack repeatedly mentions how much he enjoyed his time with Mr. Bronte, citing tons of toys, books, food, and even a big bed. Again, while this isn't nefarious in the typical sense, we do witness how much all of this bothers John, who can't possibly provide that same type of environment for his son himself. When they arrive back at Shady Belle, everyone is ecstatic to see Jack, and the night turns into a welcome back celebration. I really like this party sequence as it just reinforces how much of a family the gang truly is.
Cielito lindo que a mí me toca. Ese lunar que tiene cielito lindo junto a la boca. No se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo que a mí me toca. Ay, 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 ay. Canta y no llores, que cantando se alegran, cielito lindo los corazones.
Thank you, Arthur. I don't know how to say it. Thank you.
I understand. Come on.
The next day, Arthur meets with the ever-busy Strauss, who has yet another debtor for Arthur to chase down. However, at this point in the narrative, Arthur has begun to have serious second thoughts about this particular work, much to Strauss's dismay. Arthur reluctantly takes the names and leaves. Returning to Saint-Denis, Arthur meets a monk by the name of Brother Dorkins, who is seeking donations to help the poor of the city. After donating some money, Brother Dorkins reveals to Arthur that the city is, unfortunately, acting as a staging grounds for the shipping of slaves out of the country. In response to Arthur's disbelief, the monk points him in the direction of a local pawnbroker who is thought to be involved. Sure enough, once inside the pawn shop, Arthur is able to find a hidden basement which has been fitted to act as a holding pen for slaves. Arthur rescues the individuals currently down there and brings them to Brother Dorkins, who takes them to get help.
Well, they are blessed to have met you, Arthur.
Trust me, in that they're very unusual.
During this chapter, Arthur can receive another letter from his former lover, Mary Linton, provided that he helped her and her brother back in the second chapter. The pair meet up once again, this time in Saint-Denis, and Mary once again needs Arthur's help with family problems. Arthur is not enthusiastic about the circumstances of this meetup, but the choice of helping is up to the player. If you choose to help her, Arthur and Mary go about locating and following her father in order to determine why he has been acting so strange. They watch him sell his deceased wife's brooch in order to get money for his gambling debts, and this obviously makes Mary quite upset. While she confronts him, Arthur takes it upon himself to get the brooch back for her. Upon giving it to her, Mary asks if Arthur wants to do something, so the pair go to see a theater show together.
Enough of this crazy fire lady!
Afterwards, Arthur walks Mary to the trolley, and they have a heartfelt moment together, with Mary asking Arthur to run away with her.
More than anything I want to. But I've got some people I need to take care of.
While Arthur clearly still loves Mary, his loyalty to the gang is what keeps him from accepting this proposition. I find this side story with Mary quite interesting, and I'm torn between wishing that it got fleshed out more and actually just liking it the way it is. As it stands, it almost appears that Mary is using Arthur, largely to his own agreement, because she only pops into his life in order to ask for help. However, she then asks him to run away with her. We never learn more about their history together or what their early relationship was like, and I think it's a testament to the writing that these few interactions made me want more. On the other hand, I like the bits of the relationship we see, and I think everything we could ever need to know about this relationship is encapsulated by Arthur's choice to stick with the gang instead of leave with Mary. Arthur returns to camp and chats with the other Mary, Mary Beth. The pair chat about life, with Mary Beth stating how thankful she is to have found the gang back in the day because they've looked out for her since her mother passed away. However, the conversation is interrupted by Miss Grimshaw, who needs Arthur's help. It seems that Tilly has been taken by one of the Foreman brothers, who we've briefly seen back in Chapter 2. This was the man Tilly was arguing with in Valentine at the start of the chapter. Arthur and Grimshaw traveled to the location that Tilly had previously warned was being used by the brothers. This mission expands on both Tilly and Miss Grimshaw, neither of whom we've interacted with much up to this point. We learn that prior to the Vanderlyn gang, Tilly used to run with another gang, the Foreman brothers. She left them after killing a member of the gang. With Miss Grimshaw, this mission shows how brutal she is. Arriving at the house, Arthur searches it, killing any of the guards in his way, and finds Tilly bound and gagged. Realizing that the rest of the brothers are trying to escape, Arthur and Miss Grimshaw take off after them, with Tilly requesting that they bring the leader back to her. They capture him and return to Tilly, but now have a decision to make about what to do with him. Tilly states that she wants him to leave her alone, despite Miss Grimshaw's protests in the other direction. The choice is up to the player, with neither option making changes in the outcome of the story. Afterwards, they all return to camp. Arriving back at camp, Arthur is informed that the high society party that Angelo Bronte had invited them to is that evening, and that he is to accompany Dutch, Hosea, and Bill Williamson to the event. The four of them dress up and travel to the estate, with Dutch explaining that he wants them to make contacts while at the party. The gang splits up, with Hosea and Bill joining the party right away, while Dutch and Arthur go to meet Mr. Bronte. On the surface, Angelo Bronte acts quite happy to see Dutch and Arthur, and even goes so far as to point out many of the important people at the party. This includes Saint Denis' mayor, several members of the Wapiti, American Indian tribe, and the governor of a Caribbean island known as Guarma. What starts as a mostly pleasant interaction turns sour, however, as Angelo Bronte insults and talks down to them.
It'll make you long for the days when you could shoot each other and screw cows out on the open range.
Those sure were the days.
Dutch clearly doesn't like this. However, before they leave, Mr. Bronte gives them the tip, as well as his blessing to rob the Saint Denis trolley station in order to get their much-needed money. This is a good indicator of how powerful the crime boss seemingly is. Arthur and Dutch find Hosea and Bill, but they all quickly split up in order to cover more ground and mingle with different guests. Arthur briefly meets the mayor, and while in the area overhears that he has a business arrangement with Leviticus Cornwall. Dutch tasks Arthur with stealing the information, which he manages to do successfully. The Vanderlyn gang then departs the party, with Hosea talking about the beginnings of a plan he has to rob the bank there in the city. The following morning, Dutch informs Arthur of several potential big leads he has formulated.
One big score down here, Arthur, and we disappear. We are almost heading home.
Where is home?
I don't know. Exactly. But I can smell it.
The first of these has Arthur meeting Trelawney in Saint Denis. Trelawney has gotten Arthur a seat at a high-stakes poker game aboard a local riverboat. The plan is for Arthur to be the one playing cards and to win, with the help of both Strauss and the dealer who is in on it. After winning, the owner will have to take Arthur upstairs to pay him out, and from there he and Javier can rob the place. Arthur is welcomed to the high-stakes poker table, where he sits with the target, Desmond Blythe. This whole segment is fun, but I do have one small complaint. While I understand that the mission is linear and requires Arthur to win in order to progress, I would have actually liked the opportunity to do this mission right and to have to actually beat Desmond Blythe without help or cheating. Or instead, I would have liked for there to be another high-stakes poker tournament that players could have entered unrelated to this one. Maybe something that becomes available for the last Gambler Challenge, similar to how the legendary Panther becomes available to hunt as part of the last Hunting Challenge. I'm thinking of something like the Gwent tournament in Witcher 3, where you have to beat a number of rounds in order to keep progressing and to win. After several hands, Arthur wins, and Mr. Blythe is not too happy.
God damn you! No offense.
Arthur is taken to cash out, and helping to escort him is Javier, who is now impersonating one of the guards. The moment the safe is opened, Javier sticks up the pit boss. However, the situation doesn't go quite to plan, as Arthur is forced to shoot the man after he draws a gun. They quickly clear the safe and meet the others in the bar, but the chaos catches up to them. After fighting their way through the guards, the four of them jump off the side of the boat and swim back to shore. And I guess no one on the boat, including the armed guards, are able to shoot four men swimming slowly. But I'll cut this mission some slack because it's one of my favorite in the game for how unique it feels. The next mission sees Arthur returning to Saint-Denis and running into Evelyn Miller, who he previously met at the mayor's party. Mr. Miller seeks Arthur's help in assisting a father and son from the Wapiti American Indian tribe who are having problems. The father is named Rains Fall and is the chief of the tribe, and his son is named Eagle Flies. Both of these characters are minor ones right now, but will play a major role in one of the upcoming chapters. The Wapiti tribe has been mistreated by the government and even now is potentially being forced to move due to a large oil reserve underneath their land. Mr. Miller would like Arthur to steal the reports that detail these findings in order to help the tribe. Arthur is hesitant, which upsets Eagle Flies.
Told you, they're all mercenaries.
There's a price on my head in 2 states, my friend. The government doesn't like me any more than it does you. Like you, I've been running for as long as I can remember. And like you, my time here is nigh on done.
But eventually agrees to help. Arthur meets back up with Eagle Flies outside of the oil refinery that has the report, which happens to be owned by Leviticus Cornwall. Arthur sneaks into the refinery by hiding in the back of a wagon, and from there finds his way into the office of the foreman, whose name is Danbury. Arthur threatens and beats Danbury until he gives him the report, but as he makes his exit by stupidly sliding off the roof, he is caught by several guards. Just when it looks like the jig is up, a nearby oil refinery explodes, which creates enough of a distraction for Arthur to be able to kill the guards and regroup with Eagle Flies, who was the one responsible for the explosion. They escape the area with Arthur thanking Eagle Flies for saving his life, and then they part ways. Returning to the gang camp at Shady Belle, Arthur and Sadie briefly catch up before Dutch pulls Arthur aside to begin discussing the trolley job that Angelo Bronte encouraged them to do. Dutch says that they'll need a third man and suggests Micah, to which Arthur instead recommends Lenny. As the pair talk, Dutch notices something odd coming into the camp.
What is that?
What the hell have they done to me?
O'Driscoll gang members have murdered and brutally beheaded Kieran, likely as a consequence for his betrayal of them. The camp is then suddenly swarmed by O'Driscolls, causing Dutch to order all of the women and children inside and for everyone else to fight. They are quickly forced to retreat into the house and barricade or cover all of the doors. This attack feels very real, and much like with Sean's death in the previous chapter, no one feels safe right now. It's revealed that Sadie is still outside, which prompts Arthur to attempt to save her, but to his surprise, Sadie doesn't need any help. The pair pushes back the attackers, and there are no other casualties besides Kieran. This prompts Dutch, Arthur, and Lenny to quickly move on the trolley job in order to get the money fast. The three of them enter the trolley station, however they run into a problem.
There's almost nothing here.
There should be stacks of cash in there. He told us there was. Look again.
There's no stacks. A few dollars in coins, that's it.
The promised big payout isn't there. Additionally, a large number of law enforcement show up almost immediately. The three men are able to escape on a trolley as it passes by. However, this isn't the great escape that they were hoping for, because they come to realize that the trolley can't be slowed down, and they crash. They fight their way through streets and alleyways, eventually securing a wagon and getting out of the city. Dutch makes the connection that Angelo Bronte had set them up.
He set us up. Played me like a yokel. Put the law on us. What did we do to him? What did I do to him?
Their hopes of getting enough money now rest with Hosea's plan to rob the city bank. The problem with that is that the bank is one of the organizations that the crime boss has ties to. This detail pushes Dutch into taking drastic steps. Dutch makes a case for why the gang needs to kill Angelo Bronte, with Hosea being opposed to the action. Arthur sides with Dutch, but he is unsure about the decision. Dutch spins the killing as necessary to their plans in order to leave the country, but Arthur can see that it's also clearly about getting revenge against Mr. Bronte. The pair head to a small community known as La Gras, and during the ride, Dutch gets quite irritated with Arthur and his questions.
Have some goddamn faith! I am bending over backwards to make a future for us!
I know, but...
When did you become so small-minded? If you'd rather we break up the family, go our separate ways, just tell me.
Of course not.
I feel like I'm going in circles with all of you. Micah is the only one left with any loyalty.
Now, that ain't fair.
You are talking like John. I swear that woman is poisoning him against me. I've seen it before. What's the problem here?
There ain't a problem.
This is the first time we actually see the rift that is beginning to form between these two. Dutch, for the first time, begins to sound more paranoid and resentful of everyone in the gang. They arrive at a small house in the swamps and speak to a boatman that Dutch knows named Thomas. Dutch explains that they need the man's help, and the plan is for the boatman to silently ferry a number of the gang through the swamps in order to attack Bronte's mansion from behind. Thomas tentatively agrees, but needs to check with his business partner Jules first, who is out in the swamps. Dutch and Arthur travel with Thomas through the swamps, checking traps and avoiding alligators. They are able to eventually locate Jules and the riverboat, but as the four of them proceed back to the docks, they are continuously besieged by a monstrously large alligator. They manage to hold it at bay, and arriving back at the house, Thomas confirms that he will help them when they need it. This mission is a good one, but I do have yet another small critique. As it is, the mission feels like it's basically just a showcase for alligators and walking through the swamps. It seems a little forced that you arrive, Thomas immediately says that he'll help you, then you still go out to help him check his traps in the swamps. An easy fix would have been to have Jules be the one at the house when Dutch and Arthur arrive. Dutch could have asked to speak with Thomas, so Jules leads them through the swamps in order to find him, and, as it would turn out, rescue him from an alligator. This would then serve as the reason Thomas feels so willing to help them against Angelo Bronte, because they saved his life. They soon return to Thomas, and he, as promised, ferries Dutch, Arthur, John, Bill, and Lenny through the swamps. They arrive at Bronte's estate quietly, at least initially. The Vanderlyn gang quickly take out the crime boss's men and find Angelo Bronte hiding upstairs in one of the rooms. He is then knocked unconscious and carried to Thomas's boat as the gang escape back into the swamps. Upon Mr. Bronte's awakening, he continues to hurl insults at them, which leads to this.
I possess things that you will never understand.
You don't even possess your own men. $1,000 to the man who kills him and sets me free.
What are you gonna say now?
They are even bigger fools than you.
No doubt.
The law will find you. Already, the dogs are on the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You are so right. They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth has got to be disposed of. Our friends the Pinkertons are gonna come and rescue you, you repulsive little maggot. Call them now. You call them!
Jesus. Both Arthur and John are concerned by the way that Dutch handled the situation. This is a good point for us to discuss the transformation that we are beginning to see happen with Dutch. Over the last several missions, he has begun to act more erratic and angry, and it's no coincidence that this change corresponds in the chapter where Angelo Bronte serves as the villain. The chapter begins with Dutch and Bronte meeting, and during that interaction, Bronte gives the impression that he likes Dutch and potentially sees him as an equal, even inviting him to a high society party. Both men are criminals, but Angelo Bronte serves as a visual evolution of what being an outlaw can be, as well as what crime could look like. Bronte lives a life of comfort and wealth. He is a criminal but is able to live within society because he controls the law and politics within his city. This is the sort of life that Dutch wants and hopes for. This is why Dutch is excited about the party initially and using Bronte's help to establish connections. These hopes are quickly shattered, however, as Bronte shows he does not consider Dutch an equal, openly mocking him in front of others, as well as setting the gang up with the trolley heist. This humiliation is too much for Dutch to let go of, and he seeks revenge, something the game has already established he has a tendency to want to do. This time, neither Arthur or Hosea are able to steer Dutch off this course, and the outcome is Dutch brutally murdering Bronte and feeding his body to an alligator. This is also Dutch embracing the qualities that likely got Bronte power in the first place, talking down to those around him and being feared rather than loved. This leads us into the final mission of the chapter, the Saint-Denis bank robbery. The following morning, most members of the gang ride out for the robbery. The plan is for Hosea and Abigail to create a diversion that will draw the police away from the bank. From there, most of the remaining gunmen will proceed with robbing the bank. And it begins well enough too, with the diversion working and everything going according to plan within the bank. However, soon they hear a familiar voice yelling at them from outside.
Come out! It's over!
Shit! Abigail!
Dutch! Get out here! Get out here now!
Someone must have squealed. Never should have gone after Bronte, Dutch. Mr. Milton? Let my friends go! Or folks, they are gonna get shot unnecessarily!
Your friend? Why would I do that?
Come on, Milton!
It's over. No more bargains, no more deals.
Mr. Milton, this is America. You can always cut a deal.
I've given you enough chances.
Come on! No! God damn it!
There's your deal, Dutch.
And just like that, Hosea is killed, and the situation erupts into a massive shootout. Realizing that they are essentially trapped, they use dynamite to blow a hole in the side of the bank to create an exit. The gang travels up to a nearby roof, but further problems arise. John Marston is captured. Arthur and Lenny travel across the rooftops to look for an escape, but that only brings more death as well.
We can get across here!
No! Lenny! He's dead! Oh, God, no!
With the law closing in, there is no time to mourn Lenny's death, and the remaining members are forced to hide in an abandoned building until nightfall. Dutch says that they need to get aboard a boat and lay low for several weeks until things cool down. That evening, they sneak their way to the docks, however they find a heavy law presence waiting for them. In the final push with no way forward, Charles draws all of the guards into a chase, leaving the way open for the rest of the gang. They board a boat and leave Saint-Denis, but are unsure of what to do.
So what are we gonna do now?
Guess I'm gonna introduce myself to the captain, give him some of this gold to secure his silence, and find out where we're heading. How do I look?
Like a shifty, no-good killer on the run from the law.
Ain't that the truth?
Dutch bribes the ship captain for safe passage, and the plan is to lie low in Cuba for a short stint before returning back to America. This plan is immediately thrown out the window, however, as a massive storm overtakes and sinks the boat. Arthur awakens on a beach. Welcome to Chapter 5, the island of Guarma. At the beginning of this chapter, it is incredibly easy to feel excited for what's in store for us and the characters on the island of Guarma. The tropical setting is quite cool, and similar to Saint-Denis, is unlike anything else we've seen or will see on the map. However, as I progressed through the roughly 2 hours of total playtime that you'll spend on Guarma, I can't shake the feeling that this whole section was wasted potential. Additionally, this chapter also has the worst segments of sloppy writing in the entire game, in my opinion. I want to expand on these problems in more detail, however, I think it would be beneficial to work through this chapter in 2 parts. The chapter itself is divided into 2 parts, with the first half focusing on their experiences in Guarma, and the second half on their return to the United States. So with this in mind, let's begin. Continuing from where the last chapter ended, Arthur is stumbling his way along a beach and is quickly found by Dutch, Micah, Javier, and Bill. It is revealed they are on the island of Guarma, which is a sugar plantation island located near Cuba in the Caribbean. Arthur draws comparisons between this island and Tahiti, which is the location that Dutch says the gang will retire to once they have enough money. The reunion is cut short, though, as members of the Cuban military ambush the group. Dutch attempts to talk their way out of the situation, but the gang members are still put in chains and forced to march. As the gang scampers along, Dutch manages to get more information from the man in charge, whose name is Levi Simon. Mr. Simon is the right-hand man for Alberto Fusar, who is the governor of Guarma. We've briefly seen Fusar before at the mayor's party in the previous chapter. During the march, they briefly hear from Levi about the troubles that the organization is having with the local rebel militia. As if almost on cue, guerrilla fighters ambush the prison convoy, which creates the necessary diversion to allow the gang members to escape their shackles. Realizing that Cuban military reinforcements are approaching, the gang attempts to flee into the jungle with the rebels. Javier gets shot in the leg, but shouts for the gang to escape without him.
Don't lose face, son! We'll find you!
From here, Arthur and the rest help the rebels fight off the soldiers, and afterwards are introduced to Hercule Fontaine, a Haitian who is assisting the people on the island with their revolt against Alberto Fusar. Hercule agrees to arrange a boat off of the island for the Vanderlyn gang if they help with the Civil War. Arthur is first sent to help some of the local workers, but is captured by Governor Fusar's men, and for the second time in the game, Arthur is tortured. He manages to escape, killing his captors, as well as releasing and saving several local workers who have also found themselves captured. Arthur meets another Haitian named Baptiste, who thanks Arthur for the help, and they part ways. Next, Arthur meets Dutch near a cave system that is outside of Alberto Fusar's compound. Their intention is to rescue Javier, and in order to do this, Dutch has hired a local to guide them through the caves, so they can quietly sneak into the compound. Their guide is a woman named Gloria, and as payment, Dutch gives her the last of the gold he has from the Saint Denis bank robbery. As Gloria guides them through the caves, Dutch makes comments indicating that he is beginning to suspect John and/or Abigail as being the rat in the gang.
The only one they took alive. Why is that, you think?
I don't know. I was already on the roof. I didn't see it.
And Abigail, I presume she was able to slip away in time.
What are you talking about?
You know, when I look back at all the chaos of the past few weeks, the apparent superficial chaos, I begin to wonder, maybe, for somebody, this is all going exactly to plan.
Gloria leads them to a ladder that will take them to the fort above. However, she also demands more money from them, even pulls a knife on Dutch. He doesn't take this well.
Dutch? What are you doing? Jesus! Easy, Dutch.
Arthur is disturbed after witnessing this and begins openly questioning Dutch's motives.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
I am just trying to make sure that some of us survive, Arthur. Now, shall we proceed?
Are you gonna strangle me next?
I'm doing the best I can.
These feelings are temporarily put on hold as they witness Javier being dragged around and beat by his captors. Dutch uses a nearby furnace as well as sugar to create an explosion. This gives them time to grab Javier, and they then shoot their way out of the compound. The Vanderlyn gang arrives at the fort that Hercule and the rebels are using as a base of operations, and there they learn that Alberto Fusar has called in a boat from the Cuban Navy.
This must be the boat he called in from Cuba.
That's a goddamn warship. You kinda have to hand it to this feller.
While this ship is there, it essentially traps them on the island. This forces the gang to help defend the rebels until they can position and utilize a cannon to destroy the naval ship. After the vessel is destroyed, Hercule confirms that their boat off the island should be there that evening. However, that evening they hit one more snag. Alberto Fusar has taken the ship captain hostage, as well as set up artillery guns around them. Once again, the gang's hand is forced, and using dynamite, they blow up the artillery cannons. In a nearby cabin, Arthur finds the ship captain, but gets entangled in a standoff featuring himself, Dutch, Levi Simon, and Alberto Fusar. As the situation grows more tense, Arthur is able to kick a rifle to the ship captain, who successfully shoots Levi Simon. Governor Fusar escapes, but only for a short while, as Arthur uses a cannon to blow him up. Dutch and the others say goodbye to Hercule and then Guarma as a whole, boarding their boat and sailing back to the United States. There are conversations on the boat ride back, however they are more relevant to the second half of this chapter, so I'll save discussing them until then. For now, let's return back to Guarma and discuss the mini problems this section has. First off, I want to say that narratively, I understand why this whole island misadventure exists, and I actually think the broader narrative strokes of this section are handled quite well. The gang plans to disappear once they have enough money, and one of the possible locations that Dutch has thrown around is Tahiti.
Now, I found a friendly ship captain. He's willing to take us to Australia or Tahiti before the year is out. We are going to be harvesting mangoes in Tahiti. Farmers.
Dutch has been building up the concept of an island paradise, and Guarma is in theory that idea come to life, but in reality it contrasts quite sharply with Dutch's vision. Guarma is rough. The gang is quite literally the farthest away from the US that they will be in the game, away from the civilized world and its hell. The island is in the middle of a civil war because the locals are enslaved and forced to work harvesting crops. There are no laws, and as such, the governing body cares so little for them that they kill them without hesitation. It makes the characters, or at least Arthur, realize that they don't have it as bad as they thought in the US.
This place makes me miss home.
Take care, my friend. Hercules getting a boat lined up to get you and your men out of here.
Additionally, the moment in the caves where Arthur witnesses Dutch kill their guide, that old woman named Gloria, is another turning point for him. Dutch brutally murdering people is becoming a trend, first with Angelo Bronte in the previous chapter, and now with Gloria in this one. This serves to further drive a wedge between Arthur and Dutch. Going forward, Arthur clearly doesn't trust Dutch to the degree that he used to, and begins to more actively question him. Both of these will become important motivations for Arthur in the next chapter. Now, all of this being said, I can appreciate the narrative value that the Guarma section has, and still think that it is not well designed. Starting at its core, the whole setup feels incredibly contrived. The gang manages to stow away on a ship that then also sinks, yet none of them die. How? The only survivors from the ship, of probably at least 50 people, are the 5 members of the Vanderlyn gang. Again, how?
I don't know, Arthur.
Even overlooking that, once you're on the island, it isn't much better. This section is so far detached from the plot in any way outside of those 2 narrative threads I just mentioned, that by the end of it, it largely felt like a waste of time. I mean, you casually destroy a naval battleship in the second to last mission, and while that's certainly cool, it doesn't have any consequences and is just never mentioned again. Even in regards to those 2 narrative threads I mentioned, it isn't perfect either. In the whole scene of Dutch killing the older woman Gloria, I'm sort of confused by Arthur's reaction, as well as the design decisions made by Rockstar. In the scene, Dutch only kills Gloria after she starts demanding more money and pulls a knife on him. When I played this section, I actually agreed with Dutch's reaction to kill her. She likely would have sold them out afterwards, regardless of if they paid her more money. Arthur gets quite upset by Dutch killing her, but doesn't acknowledge any of that. If the point of this scene was to make Dutch seem more unhinged, why include the bit about Gloria demanding more money and pulling a knife? It would have been more effective to have Dutch just kill her in order to take back the gold he paid her, especially because he made a point of telling Arthur that it's his last bit of gold. This would serve as a less muddy version of giving Arthur the same motivations to question Dutch. I'm not sure why so much time went into developing the assets and resources for Guarma either, because once you have completed the 5 missions on the island, you are unable to return at any point in the future, including the epilogue. And this might sound like you're being cheated, so I'll say that the impact is lessened, because there's nothing to do on Guarma anyways. No towns to visit, no side quests, no legendary animals or fish. This is part of the problem of Guarma for me, that it feels incomplete and shallow. You just rush through it and that's it. I want to present 2 possible changes that I believe would have helped Chapter 5, at least this first half of it. That being said, with both scenarios, I tried to remain within what I considered to be a reasonable range for suggestions.
I ain't got time for
No, wait! Give me a minute of your life!
The first of these is the most obvious. Make the Guarma section longer, larger, and more interesting. Add a few more missions so it doesn't just feel like we're being rushed through it. Add those things that I mentioned moments ago. A town, this could be a small settlement, or even a rebel camp. Add stranger side quests and a few legendary animals to hunt, like a monkey. Legendary fish to catch, like a shark. This could help to make Guarma feel like it actually has stuff to offer to the character. The second possibility I'm going to suggest is a bigger one. It's to lose Guarma and replace it with a different location that is already on the map, New Austin, which we won't get access to until the epilogue. With New Austin, maybe Dutch and the gang are dropped off there and become embroiled in a small war with the Del Lobo gang that's residing in that state. The story could shift to Dutch trying to figure out how they get past the Blackwater area without drawing attention to themselves. This area is also incredibly lawless and could serve to teach the same lessons that Guarma does. Utilizing it during the main story could also help with the New Austin problem that the epilogue has, in that it feels tacked on and completely empty and devoid of anything interesting to do. We'll discuss this issue in more detail in a later section. And with that, we can continue on with the second half of this chapter, which sees the Vanderlyn gang return to the United States, and with it, a return to their problems, many of which have only continued to grow in severity. As they sail back, the question arises of what they are going to do next. Micah suggests that they return to Blackwater for the money and then cut and run from the main group. Dutch at this point still has a shred of sanity as well as loyalty to the gang family, so he says no to this plan, offering instead that they slip ashore one by one and separately search for leads on the whereabouts for the rest of the gang. This mission proceeds with Arthur being sent ashore to search the previous chapter's hideout at Shadybell, and once arriving there, it is clearly abandoned. A quick search of the place reveals an easy-to-spot note on the table addressed to an Uncle Tacitus.
Dear Uncle Tacitus, I do so hope you enjoyed your vacation.
If you remember, this is the name that the gang uses as a fake alias, and within the letter are the details of where the new camp is, a small village called Lakay. As he takes the letter, Arthur hears voices outside of the house and witnesses Pinkerton agents arriving. One of the agents expresses frustration that every day Milton sends them out to search the house for signs of the gang, and wait, what? The Pinkertons have been searching this house every single day and have yet never found the note on the table? And maybe you were thinking that they did find the note and were fooled by it. But no, that doesn't work either, because if you wait long enough, they find it, and you witness this scene.
Dear Uncle Tacitus, I do so hope you enjoyed your vacation.
So we gotta go find Lakay. That's where they're holed up.
How can you tell?
Even a child could shoot through that balderdash. Keep looking.
So the implication is that if they had seen this note, they would have known where to go, so they've obviously never found it, which means they are either idiots or the writers didn't think this through. After dealing with the agents or sneaking away, Arthur is able to locate the rest of the gang at the new camp. The reunion is incredibly stilted and awkward, with everyone immediately jumping to the arrest and whereabouts of John Marston. No one asks how Arthur is doing, no one asks where Arthur or the others have been, no one asks where the others are now. Oh yeah, and Micah has apparently already found the place, but there's no interaction or conversation about how he found them. We will talk about this in a couple of minutes, but for now, I just think it seems strange that Arthur doesn't interact with Micah at all. Some point later on, Dutch also separately finds the camp, and with his arrival, the gang explains how Sadie and Charles were largely responsible for keeping the gang safe and together while the others were in Guarma. From here, Bill storms in, upset that he's the last to arrive, but this leads to a bigger problem, unfortunately, as yet again, we hear the familiar voice of Agent Milton from outside of the house. Dutch is surprised that they have already been located by the detectives, but they aren't given much time to develop a plan as the Pinkertons unload on them with a Gatling gun. Arthur and Sadie crawl their way out of the house and manage to flank the assaulting force. After taking out the gunner, Arthur gets on the Gatling gun himself and is able to successfully drive back the Pinkertons. Knowing that the Pinkertons will eventually be back, Dutch informs the group that they must pack up and leave yet again. This isn't enough though, as Arthur wants more concrete plans.
What next, Dutch?
We just need some time. I need some time. Now, we can't go east, because then we'll be in the ocean, so we're gonna have to go north, I guess. I just need somebody to buy me some goddamn time, one of you.
You'll figure it out, boss. You always do.
What are you gonna do about John, Dutch?
John?
He's in jail.
We'll get him. Abigail, just not yet.
There's talk of hanging him.
It's not gonna come to that.
Dutch!
Not now, Miss. Not now.
Cracks are beginning to show with Dutch. Let's pause for a bit to discuss everything that has just happened. I can't help but feel like this whole section was very sloppily written. As I've said before with moments in the story, it feels like the writers have an idea that they want to use but often don't know how to organically get there, so they take shortcuts or just hand wave away things that don't make sense. For example, how did all of the Guarma gang members individually find clues to arrive at Lakay? And how did the Pinkerton find them? These just aren't explained, and I know that none of them are that big of a deal, but it's inconsistent. The only reason the Guarma gang even split up when they arrive back in the United States boils down to the writers needing Micah to be separated from the group during this section. I'm going to spoil something that in-game won't be revealed until the end of the next chapter, but for right now it is relevant to our discussion. After arriving back in the United States, Micah is picked up by Agent Milton and in order to save his own neck, agrees to act as a rat within the gang. We'll discuss the implications of this during the next chapter when it actually comes up, but for now know that this is the reason that Micah needs to be separated from the rest of the Guarma gang upon their return. So with this in mind, I believe that there's a much more organic way for this whole mission to play out. Here's what I think should have happened. Dutch sends Micah and Arthur out to find clues since these are the two he trusts the most, and the rest of them wait at an inn in Van Horn, which is the town they are dropped off at. Arthur's search goes exactly the same, but unknown to us, Micah gets picked up by the Pinkertons. The Pinkertons in this version either already knew the location of the gang's new camp and were simply waiting for Dutch and the others to pop back up, or Micah gives them the information that he has uncovered. Their motivation at this point is no longer just about Dutch, but about getting every member of the gang, and this is consistent with what Milton says during his attack at the Lakay camp.
There is no escape for any of you. I shall hunt you to the ends of the earth and the end of time. I killed your friends.
Starting to irritate me.
Agent Milton would have tasked Micah with bringing Dutch and everyone to the camp in order to have them all in one spot. Arthur would arrive at the Lakay camp himself prior to all of this, but would quickly depart in order to gather Dutch and the others. Arriving back at Van Horn, he could see that they are nowhere to be found and could actually get attacked by Pinkertons who were waiting in ambush for him. This narratively would increase the tension as Pinkertons have closed in on Arthur at both Shady Belle and in Van Horn then. He could escape and return to the camp only to find everybody already there. He could explain everything about the Pinkertons to Dutch, and then immediately afterwards Milton could attack with his forces. This could lead to both Dutch and Micah trying to put the blame on Arthur for leading the Pinkertons to them. This would further drive a wedge between Dutch and Arthur, which is one of the big points of this chapter. And I know that I've criticized a lot about this chapter, so this is probably enough discussion about this one mission, and we can continue on. Luckily, the last two missions in this chapter are excellent in my opinion, and return to the top tier writing. The next mission is unscripted, meaning that it just happens the next time the player is in Saint-Denis. Arthur is riding down one of the streets and begins coughing uncontrollably and passes out. A stranger helps Arthur to a nearby doctor's office. Taking a seat, the doctor begins running a few tests on Arthur before ultimately coming to a conclusion.
What is it?
It's not good news.
I guess that.
You got tuberculosis. Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
What do you mean?
You're real sick. It's a progressive disease, and you'll be... Now, the best thing is rest.
Officially diagnosed with tuberculosis, Arthur leaves the office in a haze with the knowledge that he will soon die. This might seem like it came out of nowhere, but there's a reason for that. Up to this point in the video, I've actually omitted all of the scenes where we see Arthur coughing. From Chapter 3 onwards, you can catch it happening during gameplay, as well as a number of the cutscenes.
You okay, son?
When playing the game, at least for me, I thought nothing of his coughing, and so this mission took me completely by surprise when it happened. And when making this video, there didn't seem like an organic way to show the coughing without drawing attention to it, and I think being surprised by it carries more weight. This mission is so well done, from the initial shock of his coughing fit to the acting of Arthur Morgan's voice actor, Roger Clark. Arthur's face after he hears the doctor's diagnosis in particular is saddening. We will discuss the source of his tuberculosis in the next chapter. With this diagnosis, Arthur realizes he is at a crossroads for what to do with his remaining time alive, and this will have a huge impact on the story in the upcoming chapter. Let's continue then with the final mission in this chapter. Back at the Lakay camp, Arthur approaches Dutch and the two quickly begin clashing.
I asked you a question.
What do you think?
We can't stay here. That much is obvious. Where are we gonna run to? I mean, they chased us from the west. They chased us over the mountains. They ran us into the sea.
Arthur, do you have my back?
Always, Dutch. But there's more than your back to worry about. And I seen you killing folk in cold blood like you always told me not to.
Dutch tasks Arthur with taking Charles and scouting up north to find a new area that could serve as a potential camp. Arthur and Charles set out for Roanoke Ridge, which is a region similar to the real state of Arkansas. Charles warns that he has done scouting in this area previously, and that a savage group known as the Murphy Brood controls non-civilized parts of this area. The pair eventually arrive at a small settlement called Butcher Creek, and while they aren't attacked, they do feel unwelcome. They continue on towards an area called Beaver Hollow, which is a cave system that the Murphy Brood have settled into, and it is also the spot Dutch wants them to claim. Arriving outside the caves, Arthur and Charles witness several strung-up, mutilated corpses, and the players are given the choice to either sneak in and kill the brood members, or to use dynamite to flush them out. Both options lead to a clearing out of the enemies, as well as finding a young, traumatized woman they had taken prisoner. They manage to calm her down, and from there, Charles goes back to get the rest of the gang, while Arthur takes the young woman back to her mother in the nearby coal town of Annisburg. After bringing her home, Arthur recognizes someone in town, the widow Mrs. Downs. If you need a refresher, her husband was one of the individuals that borrowed money from Leopold Strauss back in Chapter 2. Arthur's last interaction with her was in Chapter 3 when he went back to collect the debt after her husband's death. Here and now, Mrs. Downs doesn't look well, and when we see her, she is leading a man into her house. When Arthur attempts to talk with her, she tells him to leave her alone before rushing into her home. Returning to Beaver Hollow, camp is being set up. Dutch informs Arthur that he and Micah have located Mr. Cornwall and that he is involved in the coal mining operations in Annisburg. This conversation is cut short as Uncle returns to camp with a drunk Molly O'Shea. Molly has been missing, a fact that if you're like me, you probably didn't even realize. It's entirely possible that I missed a conversation at the Lakay camp where Dutch asks where Molly is, but with how little involvement she has had in the story up to this point, I had completely forgotten about her, which could very likely be the point. See, Molly is upset and drunkenly yelling about being ignored and forgotten, which leads to her revealing that she was the one who told the Pinkertons about the Saint-Denis bank robbery plans. Now, to clarify, this is not true. We'll learn in the next chapter that the Pinkertons did not have a rat in the gang until Micah flipped once they returned from Guarma. This is just Molly expressing her frustration and attempting to get Dutch's attention. However, it does have drastic consequences for her.
Just calm down.
Arthur?
She's a fool. Get her out of here.
You know the rules.
Not so big now. Are we, Your Majesty?
You...
Take her.
She knew the rules, Arthur. What the hell is wrong with you?
That marks the end of the chapter, and I think it's brilliant. Even with all of the complaints I have about this chapter, I think ending it with such a brutal death, caused not by outside forces such as the Pinkertons, but instead by one member of the gang killing the other, puts the final domino in place for the collapse of the Van der Linde gang. This whole thing is coming to an end, and it's not just Arthur Morgan and the characters that see this either, but the player as well. Right out the gate, the tone of this chapter feels different from the others.
You're a nasty woman, Miss Crenshaw, a nasty woman. You think I wanted to shoot her? You seem to like it. I saw that beady look in your eye. You're drunk again, and you're a fucking murderer. She broke the rules. She did no such thing. She was in love. You sour-faced old crow. Goddamn you, murderer! Murderer!
Let's hope for a better day.
Arthur is deathly ill, Dutch is becoming unhinged, Hosea, who acted as one of the voices of reason for Dutch, is gone, having been shot and killed by the Pinkertons. Sean was killed needlessly in Chapter 3, and then Lenny in Chapter 4. Molly O'Shea shot and killed. John Marston is imprisoned. As the player, you can feel the dread same as the characters at the Beaver Hollow camp, and it's in sharp contrast to the warmth of the previous camps. Chapter 6 is the final main story chapter in the game outside of the epilogue, and as such, a large portion of this chapter is spent providing closure to many of the narrative threads that have been running over the course of the game. More than anything, this chapter sees Arthur trying to tie up loose ends. Given his tuberculosis diagnosis in the previous chapter, Arthur seeks to set things straight before his inevitable passing. There will be a fair amount of stopping and starting throughout this chapter as I discuss various plot threads as they separately wrap up. That being said, in my opinion, I found Chapter 6 to be incredibly well written and well paced. The first several missions of Chapter 6 focus on Sadie and Arthur following through on Abigail's request to rescue John Marston. The first of these missions starts quietly, with Arthur and Sadie meeting at a saloon in Saint-Denis. They catch each other up on the events from the previous chapter, with Sadie in particular concerned about Dutch.
What happened to Dutch? Because he seems...
I don't know. Seems as what began happening in Blackwater began happening years ago, maybe. A slow decline, I guess.
What do you mean?
I ain't quite sure.
As the pair begin riding out of town, she also reveals that while Arthur and the rest were in Guarma, her and Charles were able to steal back the bodies of Hosea and Lenny, and that they've been buried together outside of the city. Arthur questions what the plan is for rescuing John, and Sadie reveals that they need to first determine if he's still at the prison. In order to do this, she has secured a ride for Arthur on a hot air balloon, under the guise that he wanted a lesson on flying. The pilot himself is a bit eccentric and happily begins showing Arthur how to operate the balloon. While a little outlandish, this segment is actually quite cool, given that there aren't any other means of flying in the game.
You sure you shouldn't be doing this?
Oh, not at all. A child could operate this with a little supervision.
Arthur steers the balloon towards the Sisika Penitentiary, and once there has the pilot hold him steady so he can search for John using binoculars. Arthur is able to confirm that John is at the prison, and now, with that information, pilots the hot air balloon away. Problems occur, however, once they arrive back near town, as they witness Sadie Adler being pursued by O'Driscolls. Arthur begins firing down on them, at least for a time, until this happens. Which forces Arthur to instead man the balloon himself. This chase eventually ends with Arthur on the ground alongside Sadie, fighting off the oncoming O'Driscolls. Afterwards, Sadie tells Arthur that she found out that the government has captured Colm O'Driscoll and are planning on publicly hanging him in Saint-Denis. Arthur expresses his desire for them to focus on their own problems for the time being, such as helping John Marston. Shortly after, Arthur meets Sadie at a river dock, and the two use a small rowboat to stealthily approach the island that houses the prison. They take out several of the prison guards, but still set off the alarm and attract more attention. This prompts Arthur to take one of the guards hostage and approaches the main gate of the prison in order to bargain for John.
You got 1 minute. I'm counting. 1, 2, 3. Milliken, is it?
Yes, sir.
Will you count for me? I got talking to do.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. From 1 or 4?
Oh,
sir?
very funny. No, we must be at 11 by now.
Similar to the hot air balloon in the last mission, this is all a bit outlandish. Sadie and Arthur row to the island, just the pair of them in a rowboat in order to be stealthy, but then immediately just shoot several guards and sound the alarm. And the whole hostage situation doesn't make much sense either. You're telling me that not a single guard is able to make a long-range shot on Arthur as he stands behind this guard. This is a shame because I think the prison island and the Sisika Penitentiary itself are interesting locations, and it would have been cool to explore them more deeply. The quick pace of these missions was likely due to the story plot requiring that John Marston be back with the gang for missions, and I get that. However, I think this series of missions could have been more impactful if it actually required 1 or 2 more missions worth of setup, as well as requiring the characters to enter the prison. As a suggestion, this could have been something like acquiring a guard uniform for Arthur so he could enter into the prison in order to rescue John. Or alternatively, Sisika Penitentiary could have even been used in place of Guarma in the previous chapter, with members of the gang getting arrested after the bank robbery and having to figure a way out of the prison. Regardless, the hostage situation of course works and John is released. The 3 of them get back to their boat and Arthur defends them from the pursuing guards as Sadie rows them away. Again, this is stupid as the 3 of them are sitting ducks moving slowly across the river. The guards also apparently don't have any boats of their own in order to follow. After crossing the river, they ride back to the camp at Beaver Hollow. Arthur updates John on the camp situation and the changes being seen in Dutch. Back at camp, there are mixed emotions around John's return. Many are happy, but Dutch is not.
See you too, partner.
I meant I hadn't sent for you yet.
I will.
But I said that.
Yeah, I know what you said. I felt different.
Is that so?
Yes.
And when Spring and John brings the law down on all of us, what then, Arthur?
Well, I guess we'll have another fight on our hands.
Loyalty, Arthur. It ain't. I had a goddamn plan!
Arthur made the decision himself, and this does not sit well with Dutch. It's worth reminding that in Chapter 2, Dutch was adamant about Arthur quickly rescuing both Sean and Micah when they were individually captured, and what we're seeing now is a large departure from that attitude. The next mission continues to showcase how irrational and crazy Dutch has become, with Micah playing no small role in that. With this chapter, we truly begin to see how much influence Micah now has with Dutch. In the previous chapter, Dutch mentioned that he was developing a plan with Micah to help deal with Cornwall and the Pinkerton problem, and this next mission sees that plan in action. Arthur arrives in Annisburg only to be ambushed by Micah asking if he was followed. Both Dutch and Micah believe that there must be a rat within the gang outside of the now deceased Molly O'Shea. Arthur reasons that they don't need a rat because they cause enough problems themselves, however this falls on deaf ears. As discussed during the last chapter, we know Micah himself is the rat, but we'll return to do a full discussion on this subplot during the Epilogue chapter, because there will still be some question marks surrounding it. Dutch and Micah explain that they are in Annisburg in order to deal with Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, leave Cornwall alone.
The plan is to strike a deal with Cornwall, who is both the source of the gang's problems, since he's financing the Pinkertons, but also their potential exit ticket.
This ain't making a lot of sense, Dutch.
The 3 of them lie in wait for Cornwall to arrive on his boat, which he does with Agent Milton and Agent Ross in tow. After some arguing, the agents head into town, followed shortly thereafter by Cornwall's secretary, whom in turn is followed by Micah. Dutch soon announces his presence to Cornwall, offering him the deal that for his ship and $10,000, Dutch and the Vanderlyn gang will leave and not look back. Cornwall refuses, and so Dutch shoots and kills him, much to Arthur's surprise and dismay. They fight their way towards Micah, who went after the documents that Cornwall's secretary was carrying. Dutch, Arthur, and Micah shoot their way out of Annisburg and escape into the forest nearby. Once there, Arthur expresses his dissatisfaction with what happened, but Dutch doesn't seem too bothered. Once upon a time ago, he cared about things like discretion, but either he is now just showing his true colors, or the Micah madness has set in too deep. With the documents Micah recovered, Dutch begins brainstorming ways to use the information to their benefit. The end of this mission is also significant for this reason.
And Mike, we need to talk. Figure out some things.
Of course, boss. Figure out what?
The plan. Getting out of here.
This is the first time we see Dutch openly turning to Micah as opposed to Arthur. After Annisburg cools down, Arthur returns and can run into Edith Downs, the widow we've had small interactions with throughout the game. Arthur apologizes for what he did in the past, but similar to last time, she wants nothing to do with him. Through their brief conversation, Mrs. Downs informs Arthur that her son has begun working at the mines in Annisburg in order to help pay their bills. Making his way towards the mine, Arthur witnesses Archie, the Downs' son, being bullied by the other miners.
Who's this, your daddy?
My daddy died. And this man, he killed him. What are you doing here?
Leave the boy alone.
A brief fistfight ensues between the foreman and Arthur, with the latter winning. Arthur gives Archie money and urges him to convince his mother to leave Annisburg. Unfortunately, this does not happen, as a short time afterwards, Arthur runs into Archie again. The boy explains that his mother refuses to leave and implies that she is being stubborn because of Arthur. He asks Arthur to go out and look for his mother, who has been gone for several hours with a shady man. Arthur locates them in the nearby woods and scares the man off.
Listen to me. Excuse me.
You sound like my husband.
I know. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what happened. I was a fool. And I'm suffering for my foolishness, but...
This is an important scene that we'll return to after the next mission, which ties into it as well. Arthur takes Edith home, and during the ride she chastises Arthur, asking if he thinks his sickness earns him forgiveness from her. As Edith and Archie reunite, Arthur again tells them to leave and start over, and offering them the money to do it.
I don't want your money.
Yeah, I know you don't want it.
I don't.
You sure as shit need it. Take it.
No.
I ain't looking for forgiveness. It ain't about that. But don't forgive me. Just take the money and get out of here, please. I know I ruined your life. I suffer for it every day. But don't let yourself get killed for pride. I seen it kill too many folk. Don't say anything. Don't thank me. Just take the money and pack your bags. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I said don't thank me. Get out of here. Please.
And this is the last time Arthur will interact with the Downs family. As I said, I'm going to roll right into the next mission, which involves another round of Strauss debt collecting. After concluding that mission, we will discuss these three missions all together. On the outskirts of the Beaver Hollow camp, Arthur can find Leopold Strauss, who immediately asks for assistance. Leopold has two debtors for Arthur to collect from. In the previous chapters, I've almost entirely skipped over the details of these collection missions. The reason being that they didn't offer much in terms of story or character development, and were instead just Arthur beating or chasing down people in order to collect the debt money.
I'm here for money. Money!
However, in this chapter, I want to briefly explain what happens in both of the debt collecting missions, because they lay the foundation for something that occurs afterwards. The first of these is J. John Weathers, who is supposedly an army deserter. Arthur finds him attempting to repair his wagon and at first seems resigned to just collect the money. During their discussion, a small group of soldiers attack them, and while the pair fight them off, it comes at the cost of Mr. Weathers' wagon full of supplies going up in flames. It's only at this point that Arthur sees Mr. Weathers has a pregnant American Indian wife he is protecting. Despite his supplies going up in flames, Weathers still attempts to pay his debt by giving Arthur a silver locket, and for the first time in the game, players are given the choice of absolving the debt. The second collection mission sees Arthur visiting a homestead belonging to an Arthur Londonderry. However, once he arrives, he is told that Mr. Londonderry has passed, and in his place is just his widow and child. This situation is almost identical to the Downs' situation from the previous chapter, and unlike this past mission, players this time don't get a choice about clearing the debt, but they do get a choice to actually give money to the widow and child. Through these two debt collections, you can see that Arthur now fully understands the pain and suffering they have caused through this work.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I really am.
So much so that he returns to camp to confront Strauss about it.
Get up.
What?
Get up!
What is wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Nothing at all.
What are you doing?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Get your bag. Is this it?
I don't understand.
I ain't gonna kill you, though I probably should. You disgust me. And you shame us. If we could be shamed any more than we already are, that should do. Go!
I don't understand you. What are you doing?
Go and get a job! You and me, we ain't decent. But those folk, they was. Now here, take that. Take that and get lost!
Many of you have probably connected the dots already, but I'll say it just in case. Arthur caught tuberculosis when he went to collect the debt of Thomas Downs in Chapter 2.
What's not to understand? Excuse me.
You sound like my husband.
I know.
In fast-forwarding to where we are at now, post-tuberculosis diagnosis, Arthur recognizes that the events of him ruining the Downs' family's life is also what ultimately cost him his own. This is why he feels so strongly about helping Edith and her son now, even if it doesn't change what happened. This is why he now has the clarity to cancel the debts for the remaining people, in an effort to not ruin anyone else's lives. And this is why he kicks Leopold Strauss out of the camp. Strauss likely doesn't know that he is unintentionally the reason Arthur is sick, but it's a good moment of reflection and growth for Arthur, who realizes that they've been taking advantage of good people and leaving them in ruin afterwards, as showcased by Edith Downs. Now, it might come as a surprise, but these 3 missions we just discussed are completely optional and missable. This blows my mind because for me personally, this whole sequence is one of the most impactful segments in the story. This is Red Dead 2's writing at its absolute best and is an integral piece of Arthur's redemption arc. If I had to guess, Rockstar made these missions optional because across the 3 of them, there is almost no combat. Rockstar frequently seems afraid to let quiet moments linger and often feels like they throw in a bland shooting gallery just so players won't get bored listening to the story. I understand that this is a video game, but as I mentioned way back in our Chapter 2 discussion, the type of player who would get bored from listening to dialogue probably didn't make it to Chapter 6 anyways. The trophy data on PlayStation suggests that these type of players likely stopped playing the story at the beginning of Chapter 2 once they were allowed to free roam. And listen, I know that I got to experience these missions, so really that's all that matters. However, I do think that this serves as an example of the identity crisis that Red Dead Redemption 2 has. For now though, let's return to the story. While back at camp, there are several letters for Arthur, with the first being from Mary Linton. The letter is sad and serves as a goodbye both to and from Mary, as well as their potential future together. Alongside the letter is a ring that he had given her prior to the start of the game, and is now returned. This letter wraps up that thread, although I do wish we got a scene of Arthur reflecting on it, because as it is right now, it feels weird that the letter is read and then nothing. The second letter is from Penelope Braithwaite, the young woman in the Romeo and Juliet side story from Chapter 3. She requests Arthur's help in safely getting her and Beau aboard a train in town. During the ride to the train station, we get an update on the feud between the two families, the Braithwaites and the Greys.
Our families won't let us out. And then all that business with Aunt Catherine and my cousins. You saw the house. And then Lee Gray and those boys killed. So much bloodshed. You'd think this could be a new beginning, but everyone left alive. They're even more angry.
Maybe anger's a complicated thing to let go of.
Something good has to come out of this awful, awful feud.
Once at the station, Arthur buys the couple their tickets, but also discovers that it won't be that simple. Several of Beau's cousins attack on the train platform, and then several of Penelope's during the first part of the journey. Arthur is able to handle both situations, and once they arrive at the next station, he swaps the young couple onto a private carriage. Penelope attempts to pay Arthur for his help by offering him an old family heirloom, and players can either accept the payment or give it back. I like this mission because helping Beau and Penelope escape their families and start anew felt like a good conclusion to the overall narrative of Chapter 3. The following mission has Arthur working with both Bill and Micah, or at least it appears that way initially. Micah continues being more outwardly aggressive towards Arthur, again asking if he's been followed and implying that whenever he's around, so is law enforcement.
Because it seems to me that since you've been riding with us, there ain't been nothing but trouble. Stirring things up all the time, getting in Dutch's ear. Seems wherever you is, there's Pinkertons and vice versa. So you better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or...
Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief, way you're heading.
Micah, shut it!
He started it!
Bill himself even jumps in to defend Arthur a little bit, but is quickly put in his place by Micah. Dutch has tasked the three of them with robbing a stagecoach that is transporting dynamite. However, Micah sees this as below him and delegates the mission to Arthur and Bill. Dutch's grand plan for the gang's escape is to create a diversion by blowing up a bridge that the army uses. This doesn't really make much sense, and that's actually the point in-game. Arthur himself points out over the next several missions that he doesn't really understand what the plan is.
Killing a bunch of folks so we can rob some dynamite to blow up a bridge? This make any sense to you?
It's a distraction, so it ain't meant to make sense.
It should to us. It's our plan.
You know, I've had it with the motive.
The pair ride to the ambush site at Van Horn, and during the journey, Arthur begins questioning Bill about his opinions on what's been going on with Micah and Dutch. Unfortunately, the Micah madness has taken a hold of Bill too, and he pushes back on Arthur, calling him soft. The pair are easily able to steal the wagon, and they return to an area near camp with it. We see that Micah has obviously started to fancy himself a leader in the gang, even going so far as to call Arthur's son, similar to how Dutch does.
Good work, son.
Arthur meets John at the bridge they're going to blow up, and while setting up the dynamite, the pair discuss quite in depth what they are both witnessing from Dutch and the gang overall. We've been able to see the relationship between these two grow over the course of the game, and it has come a long ways since those opening chapters of Arthur criticizing John for his stupidity. In this final chapter, these two feel like brothers who are looking out for each other as well as actual sons to Dutch, which is why they both feel so betrayed and unsure about the way he has been acting. Upon blowing up the bridge, we see this scene.
When the time comes, you go. What about loyalty to everything?
You've been loyal. I've been loyal. Look what that cost. You know, all that ever mattered to me was loyalty. It's all I knew. It's all I ever believed in. Well, not anymore, John. Soon, you gotta go. Go. Don't look back. I wish things were different. But it weren't us who changed.
Arthur recognizes that the Vanderlyn gang's time is almost up and wants John and his family to escape the inevitable violent end that the gang has coming towards it. Returning back to camp, Arthur and Reverend Swanson begin to chat, with the Reverend starting to open up about cleaning up his act and how he has quit his morphine addiction. Their conversation is interrupted by Dutch, who sits down with Arthur to tell him the grand plan. After the diversion, the gang will travel up to New York and from there go to Tahiti or some other similar tropic island. The two start to butt heads on the plan, but are interrupted themselves as Charles approaches with eagle flies. This was the young American Indian that Arthur helped out in Chapter 4. As Arthur introduces him, you can see that the wheels begin turning for Dutch. Eagle Flies again needs the gang's assistance, as the soldiers stationed at the nearby army fort have taken the tribe's horses. This growing conflict between the army and the Wapiti tribe will serve as the main side plot of this chapter. Dutch agrees to help Eagle Flies get the tribe's horses back, and for free. However, he quickly reveals his motives to Arthur.
Some good, honest conflict between the army and the Indians might be just the distraction we need.
His intention is to fan the flame that is the conflict between these two sides, and in doing so hopes that the government will focus their resources, such as the Pinkertons, onto it, and more specifically, the Wapiti tribe, as opposed to the gang. I think this is a good side narrative, as it immediately shows how callous Dutch has become, but also manages to feel inherently wrong to both Arthur and the players. You're being directed to push the tribe into a conflict you know that they can't win. Eagle Flies, Arthur, Dutch, and Charles wait until nightfall and then sneak onto the nearby army boat where the horses are being held. Things escalate quickly as they crash the boat, but they still get the horses back to shore. Dutch then accompanies Eagle Flies back to the reservation with the intention of continuing to fuel his anger. Charles, now seeing what is happening himself, asks Arthur to go speak with Chief Rainsfall about Dutch. This is another optional mission, but similar to the ones earlier in the chapter, it is quite meaningful to both the story of the chapter as well as Arthur's development as a character. Rains Fall seems at first annoyed and upset with Arthur when he arrives at the Wapiti reservation, explaining that the army has already taken some measure of revenge for their recent raid to recover the horses. Arthur apologizes for his and the gang's actions, and Rains Fall asks for Arthur to accompany him on a ride. As they are leaving the reservation, we're introduced to Captain Monroe, a member of the army who is actively seeking to help the Wapiti tribe. He delivers the bad news that the oil company has received approval to begin drilling for oil on the reservation land. Before departing, Captain Monroe asks for Arthur's assistance with another matter pertaining to the tribe, which will lead into another optional mission that we'll get to next. As they ride, Arthur provides a warning to Rains Fall about Dutch.
I don't know why Dutch is getting involved in your situation, and this ain't easy to say, but I just don't trust that he's got your son's best interests at heart.
So what can we do?
I don't rightly know. Charles and I just thought you should be aware.
They eventually arrive at the site and find that it has been burnt down and ransacked by the army. This leads Arthur to go to the nearby patrol camp and retrieve an important artifact that they stole. Rains Fall thanks him and they go their separate ways, and Arthur has some thoughtful internal reflection over the matter.
He's a man who, not so long ago, I would have found weak and pathetic. Now I see as wise and thoughtful and sensible. I would love to help him, or at least stop Dutch pushing his son to do something real stupid.
Arriving back at the Wapiti reservation, Arthur now meets with Captain Monroe, who requests his help with recovering medications and vaccinations meant for the tribe. He explains that the army colonel in the area, Colonel Favors, is withholding the medicine in order to punish the tribe. The pair head to a ridge overlooking the path that the wagon will be taking. Arthur successfully finds the medicine in the wagon and gives it to Captain Monroe back on the reservation. The next mission continues this series of events between the American Indians and the army, but you wouldn't guess this based on how it starts. with a conversation with Trelawney back at the camp.
Leaving again?
Yes, just leaving. I'll see you soon.
Perhaps.
What do you mean?
Well, if I was you, I'd disappear too. This is all pretty much over.
But I'll be back.
No, you won't. Let's not pretend no more. Get out of here.
I'll miss you, Arthur. You've been a fine friend to me.
No, let's not get over sentimental. Well, the place is quiet. Get out of here. You go with my blessing.
Thank you, Arthur.
I like this scene quite a bit because it highlights the dynamic not just between Arthur and Trelawney, but between Arthur and likely many members of the camp. Arthur is all about loyalty, and you can clearly see that Trelawney feels nervous and or scared by the questions that Arthur is asking. This is a great scene to take in combination with the ones from earlier in the chapter with John. Arthur does still care about loyalty, but it is no longer blind loyalty, but rather to the people he cares about. Arthur allows Trelawney to leave, knowing full well that this is likely against some rules that the gang have. This isn't ever specifically said, but Dutch will later complain about the traitors who abandoned them, so I feel like this is likely the case. As Arthur sits quietly in camp, he is approached by Charles and Rains Fall. Believing that he has arranged a meeting to broker peace, Chief Rains Fall wants both Arthur and Charles to accompany him during this meeting with Colonel Favors. They all arrive at the meeting, but it's clear from the get-go that Colonel Favors has no real intention of sowing for peace.
Yes, Mr. I can't say that silly name. What is it?
In English, they call me Rainsfall.
Yes, I'm sure they do.
Arthur is briefly led away due to having a coughing fit. However, while he is resting nearby, he overhears two soldiers discussing plans the colonel has for Captain Monroe.
No. You know he's going to have Monroe court-martialed. Or attempt to. He's going to make a disgrace of him. He thinks Monroe is going to force him into making a concession with the Indians. So he removes Monroe.
Removes how?
Favors wants him tried for treason and hanged.
Rejoining the discussions, nothing is accomplished and Rains Fall leaves. Captain Monroe begins speaking his mind, and the colonel uses it as an opportunity to make his move and attempt to arrest him. Arthur takes a nearby soldier hostage, demanding that Monroe be let go. This forces a firefight through the nearby forests, ending with him escaping and bringing Monroe to a nearby train station. Arthur explains what he had overheard and gives Monroe money to go someplace and start over. This is all fine, however, I think a few more missions involving Captain Monroe would have made this more impactful in the story. Yes, he's a good guy and I liked him, but we only have extended interactions with him for 2 missions, which for perspective is less than almost all of the side quest characters we meet out in the open world who have no impact on the main story at all. This character is one of the few parts of Chapter 6 that feels rushed. The last part of this mission is one of the few moments in the game that meaningfully changes according to whether your Arthur has low or high honor, as well as if you've completed a couple optional main story missions focused on members of a church in Saint-Denis. These factors determine who you see and have a conversation with after saying goodbye to Captain Monroe. If you have high honor and have completed that questline, you see a nun named Sister Calderon, who you've interacted with a couple times up to this point. If you have not completed that questline, you have a conversation with Reverend Swanson instead, which changes in tone depending on if you are high or low honor. Let's first look at the scene featuring Sister Calderon. During this scene, Arthur tells Sister Calderon that he is dying and laments the choices he's made in his life. He talks about his family and reveals that he had a son who passed away. He is deeply worried about his approaching death and admits that he is scared. Sister Calderon comforts him in his moment of vulnerability.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I.
Now let's replay this scene, but the Reverend Swanson version of it. I want to clarify that this is the high honor version of the scene. As I've mentioned, I'm not a fan of the game's honor system because its very existence doesn't make sense in the context of the redemption story that Rockstar is trying to tell. This version of the scene is similar to the one with Sister Calderon, but plays out with some major differences, the largest being that Arthur and Swanson discuss the gang itself.
Reverend, what are you doing here?
I'm leaving.
Running away?
I suppose so, yes. I'm running away. I tried to make Dutch see sense, but he's very strange recently.
And the women? Little Jack? You leaving them?
I told them to run too. I asked them to come with me, but they wouldn't.
I'm worried my path is coming to an end, Mr. Swanson.
Maybe. I felt that way for a long time about myself. I mean, but you'll do what's right.
I don't know about that.
I do. Save who you can and let the rest rot. And look after yourself.
Maybe. We'll see.
Both of these scenes are quite good, but in my honest opinion, I think the scene with Reverend Swanson fits with the whole main narrative much better. Swanson has been a part of the gang for the entirety of the game and has seen Arthur change over the course of the game. He knows that Arthur wasn't always a good man, but that he has become one. This conversation between the Reverend and Arthur was one of the most impactful scenes in the entire game for me, for similar reasons that I liked the scene with Trelawney at the beginning of this mission. If you get the Sister Calderon scene, then the Reverend just vanishes from camp and you don't have any sort of closure with him. The scene with Sister Calderon is great in its own way, and in an ideal world, maybe they could have been separate encounters so you could experience both in one playthrough. However, they aren't, and I personally would rather have the conclusion to Reverend Swanson's story.
You lived your life like a man, Arthur, and you turned into a good man. If we were all like you, things might have turned out differently.
You're getting mighty sentimental, Reverend.
At the beginning of this chapter, we heard from Sadie that the government has finally caught Colm O'Driscoll and had intentions of publicly hanging him. This mission sees the continuation of that as Arthur meets both Sadie and Dutch in Saint-Denis with the intention of ensuring that the execution goes smoothly. The trio disguise themselves in order to attend the event, but soon recognize several members of the O'Driscoll gang in the crowd. After following one of the men, they uncover a plan to assist Colm in escaping, and they stop it. Colm, with this plan no doubt in mind, seems confident as he steps up to the news. However, the reality of his situation soon dawns on him.
Hanged by the neck until you are dead. This is not a task we take lightly. It is not a task we enjoy, but it is a task we must carry out if our civilization is to prosper. Gentlemen, are we ready? Colm O'Driscoll, may God, in his infinite wisdom, have mercy upon your soul. Whenever you are ready.
This moment is quite somber and reflective, and in typical Rockstar fashion, they are too afraid to let you sit with this, so of course they turn it into a shooting gallery. Sadie goes crazy and kills the O'Driscoll that she had taken hostage, and you provide covering fire as more O'Driscolls show up out of nowhere. Eventually, the three gang members escape the city. This whole second part to the mission completely undercuts the actual execution of Colm O'Driscoll, in my opinion. And the scene would have been much more impactful if, after the execution, the three characters just talk about what happened or said farewell in their own way. I would guess that this mission was put in the game not only to wrap up the O'Driscoll storyline, but also to serve as a reflection for what is awaiting the characters should they not escape. My view is that not every mission needs to have combat. Additionally, it doesn't make sense that all of these O'Driscolls show up to fight because where were they during the actual execution? It also is really stupid that both Sadie and Dutch literally take these O'Driscoll gang members hostage right in front of a police officer. Them doing this likely only exists as a means of creating the combat encounter right after. And if Rockstar was concerned about the length or content of this mission, why not include a part prior to going up to the roof where you have to lure these two men into the alleyway and take care of them? Then during the execution, Colm could have still looked around for his men, but begins panicking as he sees Sadie and Dutch watching him from the crowd. This would give the same outcome, but makes more sense. This is also armed with the knowledge that the very next mission, while optional, could have served as the last actual combat mission against the O'Driscolls. Sometime afterwards, back at camp, Sadie requests Arthur's help with finishing off the last bit of the O'Driscoll gang. He initially says no because throughout the story he's been preaching that revenge is a fool's game. However, he does eventually agree to accompany Sadie.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it, but there's something you could help me with. Abigail? Jack? John? Make sure they make it. I mean, this whole thing is pretty much done. But when the time comes...
How do you mean?
When the time comes, you help them.
What do you mean?
I mean it. Help them escape when I... You know, you and me, we're more ghosts than people. But them, they could...
I know. Of course I will.
They travel to the ranch that the remaining O'Driscolls are using as a base of operations, and it launches into an enormous firefight that spans the entire ranch. This is a great fight, and much better than the previous missions where you're in Saint-Denis. After clearing out the outside, Arthur finds Sadie upstairs with the O'Driscoll that personally killed her husband.
We was always sweet on one another.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I miss him every day, every moment. They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
I ain't even got that.
Aside from my Jake, you're the best man I've known.
I know the company you keep. The competition ain't too fierce. We should get away from her.
As I've said previously in this chapter, I'm surprised that this is an optional mission because the character and relationship development is incredibly meaningful for both Arthur as well as Sadie. This is the conclusion to Sadie's story arc, getting her revenge on the O'Driscolls, but realizing that her immense grief is still there, along with the knowledge that her husband would be horrified by what she has become. The next mission sees Arthur assist Dutch and Eagle Flies. Dutch explains that they want to give the local army division a little scare by using dynamite to trap them in a valley and then further humiliate them.
So, you're using them?
No, sir. No. Never. But it is mutually beneficial to draw attention to one problem and avail over another.
These are good people, but their situation is real complex. We ain't helping them.
Arthur is hesitant at first, but agrees to help after hearing that no one will be hurt. Unfortunately, the situation doesn't go as planned, as it appears that this was Dutch's intention. They do successfully trap the patrol in the valley, however Dutch delays their retreat, which allows more soldiers to appear. This escalates into a serious firefight with the army and even one of their cannons. Arthur and Dutch are separated from Eagle Flies as the army gives chase. The pair are pushed higher and higher up a mountain ridge until getting cornered at a broken bridge. With no other options, the pair make a risky jump into the river below to escape.
What a mess!
Afterwards, Dutch sends Arthur back to the Wapiti reservation to find Charles and determine what happened to Eagleflies. Once there, Arthur chats with Chief Rainsfall and is informed that his son was captured by the army and will be hung for treason.
What should I do?
I don't think there's much chance reasoning with Colonel Favors.
No. And any chance we had, your friend, Mr. Vanderland, has ensured relations between us and the army are worse than any point in the last 5 years. I'm sure he means well. But matters are more complex than he understands.
Arthur takes it upon himself to attempt to rescue Eagleflies from the army base of Fort Wallace, with Charles going with him. On the journey, the pair have an important conversation where Arthur reveals that he is sick and Charles provides thoughtful insight.
I didn't tell you before, but I saw a doctor. It's pretty bad. But it's gonna get worse.
Oh, Arthur. Any day we can die, We're riding to break an Indian chief's son out of a cavalry fort. We could both die tonight. In a way, it is a gift to know. In a way, you were lucky.
Sure don't feel like that.
You still have time to make amends. The others, Hosea, Lenny, Sean, all them, they didn't. And what about the Calendar boys? Both killed trying to escape Blackwater? A more vicious pair of bastards than ever was. And that's all they ever were and will be.
Maybe.
You're lucky. You got the chance to do something better. My guess is maybe that's why you're here now.
Again, the friendship that has grown between these two has come a long way since that opening chapter where Charles was gauging if Arthur wanted him to leave the group or not. Now they have come to rely and trust each other. Once nightfall arrives, they successfully sneak into the fort, silently taking out several guards, and are able to locate Eagleflies in a holding cell. Things go sideways from there though, as the scene becomes one big shootout. They escape in canoes down the river, and after reaching the shore, Arthur tries to dissuade Eagleflies from continuing this conflict with the army. Eagleflies appears unconvinced, and Charles takes him back to the reservation. There's a moment after the end of this mission where control has been given back to the player, but they are unable to move. Arthur is coughing and struggling to catch his breath, and all you can do is watch until he is better. This is a small detail that I think adds a lot of weight to Arthur's condition. There is a surprise waiting for Arthur back at camp. 2 of them, in fact. Micah has brought 2 of his old pals into the gang, one by the name of Cleet and the other Joe. This immediately puts Arthur on edge, and he begins questioning Dutch. In a case of Micah madness, Dutch doesn't really seem bothered by the fact that a member of his gang is essentially bringing in his own underlings. The situation is about ready to boil over until Eagleflies rides into camp ready for war and asks the Vanderland gang to ride with him and his men. His father, Chief Rainsfall, is only moments behind and begs for his son to not move forward with the attack.
Your words mean nothing to me, Father.
Don't.
Ride with me! Now!
Stop. Please. Stop. Please, Mr. Morgan.
Rainsfall asks one final time for Arthur's help, and in doing so, unintentionally reveals that Arthur has been assisting him, which Dutch is not happy about. Despite this, many members of the Vanderland gang ride out to assist Arthur in his efforts to help the Wapiti tribe. The gang is clearly splitting down the middle, and it's never been more apparent than on this ride.
You've handed them a death sentence.
Just like John if we hadn't got him out of that prison.
Hey, show some goddamn respect.
You'll know when I ain't showing respect, Bill.
I had a plan. I still have a plan.
What plan? What goddamn plan, Dutch?
Whoa!
Timbuktu!
That's enough! What's wrong with you all? What happened to loyalty?
Yeah, what did?
Thank you, Javier. Bill, right now, it doesn't matter how we got here.
Arthur, John, Charles, and Sadie have become a unit and don't trust Dutch or his plan, whereas Bill and Javier remain fiercely loyal to Dutch. The group arrives at the oil refinery and it's a war zone. Arthur seeks to save Eagle Flies and fights his way through many soldiers to do it. Even after saving him, the situation continues to get worse as more and more soldiers arrive. After fighting them back, Dutch and Arthur enter into the refinery building. Here, Dutch informs Arthur that they are there to steal several state bonds, this being the reason he needed the tribe to attack the refinery in the first place, in order to create a distraction. They find the bonds but are cornered by Colonel Favors and several of his men. During the escape, Arthur is hit in the face with steam and temporarily blinded, leaving him an easy target for the soldiers and leading to this scene.
I need help!
I need help!
You silly fool! Come on!
You saved my life more than once. To give mine for yours, it's as it should be.
Come on!
We need to go.
You ran away.
Oh, I did no such thing. Don't be a fool. They could be back here any minute. We did it, gentlemen. Well, we got some money. And with the train job, well, we got a whole lot of money. Come on. Everything is coming together. Exactly as I planned.
Arthur and Charles take Eagle Flies back to his father, and during the ride, Charles and Arthur begin drawing their own lines. Dutch left Arthur for dead, which directly leads to Eagle Fly's injury, which Arthur feels responsible for. The segment outside of the refinery shows how truly little Dutch cares for Eagle Flies, as he makes no mention of his wound or even him at all. At the reservation, Rains Fall mourns as his son Eagle Flies passes away. There's no final conversation between Rains Fall and Arthur, here or ever. This will be the last time they see each other. In addition, Charles says goodbye too. He knows that the army will soon come, and he's going to assist the tribe in fleeing up to Canada.
They must move, and fast. I'll stay and help them.
Yeah, I'll stay too.
No, my friend. You have others who need you. Good people.
The departures don't stop there, however. After returning to camp, you speak with Dutch, and he informs you that Uncle, Mr. Pearson, as well as Mary Beth have all deserted as well. This is a long time coming, as over the course of the chapter, Arthur can have small interactions with each of them about their thoughts on the gang.
So, how do we fix this?
I ain't sure. Hey, big man. I'm worried. I'm really worried. Me too, Uncle. What's going to happen, you know? To everybody.
This conversation builds towards an important scene between Arthur and Dutch as we enter into the final missions of the chapter.
If we let Jack and the women free, well, then
There
maybe
ain't
we
no
can...
freedom for no one in this country no more, Arthur. One more big score, we got enough money to leave. All this turmoil has the army and Pinkerton spinning. We take a boat and slip away.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Just one more
And there's
train.
always a goddamn train.
Arthur! This is different.
You know, the women and the children. And John and his family. I'm afraid I have to insist. I mean, we gotta let them go, because if the Pinkertons come through again, they will kill everyone.
John? Insist?
Yeah. Insist.
Arthur has always been loyal to Dutch, even after he began questioning his motives. This is the first scene where we see Arthur actually draw a line and hold to it. Dutch agrees to Arthur's insistence, however, it is immediately made clear how he really feels.
He insists upon it. Insists.
The remaining gunslingers ride off towards Saint-Denis, with Arthur and John being sent to grab the remaining bits of dynamite they have. John informs Arthur of two important pieces of information. The first is that the Pinkertons have more or less taken over the town of Van Horn, which isn't important now, but will be later. Second, that Abigail has found the locked box where Dutch has stashed all of the gang's earnings. It is hidden in the caves back at Beaver Hollow. They meet up with the rest of the gang in Saint-Denis, but the plan quickly gets off on the wrong foot. The train carrying the payroll doesn't make its stop in the city. This forces the gang to overtly take off after it, and Arthur, John, Sadie, and Cleet, one of Micah's cronies, manage to jump aboard. They push forward towards the front compartments, fighting through soldiers as they go. A misplaced shot starts the train on fire, and as John goes to release the flaming carriage, he is shot and falls off the train. Dutch and Micah go back for John, while Arthur mans a Gatling gun in order to fend off the army riders that have arrived. After doing this, Arthur blows open the compartment containing the money, and grabbing all they can carry, the gang members jump off the train before it goes over the bridge. Upon regrouping with the rest of the gang, Dutch and Micah reveal that John was killed by the patrol and didn't make it. Arthur is obviously upset by this. From here, it rolls right into the last mission of the chapter. The gang is returning to Beaver Hollow to pack up when they see Tilly and Jack riding towards them. Tilly says that Abigail has been taken by the Pinkertons, and immediately Micah insists that they cut her loose due to John's death.
Micah, it pains me to say it, Arthur, but he's right.
Hutch!
Come on, boys.
Yeah! Well, I guess that's that then. All them goddamn years.
Come on, Arthur. Let's go get her.
I almost hesitate to call it Micah madness because it seems more like Dutch's personality at this point. However, we do still see him hesitate about making the decision. Ultimately, he agrees with Micah to abandon Abigail to the Pinkertons, and he does this knowing that she might be tried for murder, as well as the fact that her son Jack would become an orphan. One interesting point of discussion that has been brought up by Arthur and other characters is whether Dutch has gone crazy, or if he was this person the whole time, just now he's not hiding it. We won't get a definitive answer, and that's likely by design, as there are enough scenes that I'm sure an argument could be made either way. For me personally, this interaction we just saw is enough to put me in the Dutch has gone crazy camp. Maybe not literally crazy, but just broken through a combination of the high stress he's been experiencing, the death of major characters like Hosea, as well as Micah whispering in his ear. Arthur is heartbroken by Dutch riding off, but Sadie turns things around, suggesting they go rescue Abigail on their own. Before they ride, Arthur gives Tilly one of the bags of money from the robbery and says goodbye to both her and Jack.
You live a good life now, you hear?
All right, Arthur. I'll miss...
Me too, sweetheart. Me too. Jack, come here. Be brave, son. I'm gonna go get your mama.
Arthur and Sadie ride to Van Horn and do indeed find it crawling with Pinkertons. Arthur climbs a nearby lighthouse with a rifle in order to cover Sadie as she fights through the town to locate Abigail. Unfortunately, she is captured herself and dragged into one of the buildings, which leads Arthur to go in after her. Agent Milton catches Arthur at gunpoint, and it's during this conversation we finally learn that Micah is the rat in the gang.
We offered you a deal, Mr. Morgan. You should have taken it.
I'm a fool, Mr. Milton.
Not all you boys have quite so many scruples. Old Micah Bell.
Micah? You mean Molly?
Molly O'Shea? Sweated her a couple of times, never talked a word, had to let her go. Micah Bell. We picked him up when you boys came back from the Caribbean, and he's been a good boy ever since.
Okay. Okay.
Using your strength, Mr. Morgan.
You're still a yapping dog, Mr. Milton.
Horrible man.
I have some thoughts on this reveal that Micah is the rat within the gang. However, as I mentioned earlier, I think it's better to discuss it during the epilogue chapter once it's been fully played out, so with that we'll continue with the final mission. Arthur, Sadie, and Abigail escape Van Horn and the pursuing Pinkerton forces, and once clear, Arthur says goodbye to both of them as well.
You gotta go get that boy. Come on, get out of here.
Arthur, what are you doing?
I gotta go have a little chat before I get much sicker.
No, Arthur.
Don't you owe Arthur me. Neither of you two. Not now. You both know. You're good women. Good people. The best. You go get that boy. There'll be time for sorrow later.
Before they leave, Abigail gives Arthur the key she stole, which opens the chest that Dutch uses to store the gang's money. Eventually, Arthur arrives back at the Beaver Hollow camp in order to confront Dutch and Micah. He informs them that Abigail killed Agent Milton and also reveals what Agent Milton told him, that Micah was the rat in the gang. Both Arthur and Micah try to convince Dutch, but it ends with guns being drawn. In continuing escalation, John Marston appears, shouting that Dutch left him for dead. It turns out that he didn't die during the train robbery after all.
All of you pick your side now because this is over. Oh, them years, Dutch. For this snake.
Oh, be quiet, cowpoke.
The characters begin taking sides, with Miss Grimshaw and John joining Arthur, and everyone else joining Micah. Javier runs into camp yelling that the Pinkertons have arrived, and Micah uses this moment of confusion to quickly shoot and kill Miss Grimshaw. The Pinkertons then storm the camp, which causes the gang members to all scatter. Arthur and John run into the caves. As they snake their way through, Arthur tells John that Micah is the rat, as well as where his wife and son are. Their escape is short-lived, as both their horses are shot and killed.
Come on, brother. Let's go.
Give me a second.
Come on! Push, Arthur!
Thank you.
Arthur!
This is another example of what in another game perhaps would have been a small moment in an action set piece, but in this game felt devastating. I had had my horse Cassio since Chapter 2 when I bought her with Hosea, and watching Arthur say goodbye to her after having just gunned down her attackers was a very well done scene. Immediately after this moment, players are given a choice, either helping John get to safety or returning to Beaver Hollow to get the gang's money. These two choices change the last segment of the game as well as the ending. Additionally, the player's honor level offers a few slight changes to either outcome, but they're mostly minor. Let's start with the ending that sees Arthur return for the money, because this choice feels less consistent with the themes of the story, as well as the narrative arc that Arthur has gone on, and because of that, I don't have as much to say about it.
Dutch. Micah. Come and get me, you bastard.
Arthur shoots through Pinkerton's on his way back to camp, which is now engulfed in flames. He finds the money using the key Abigail gave him, and on his way out he is ambushed by Micah, who stabs Arthur in the side. This leads to a knife fight between the two, with a low honor playthrough leading to a brutal ending for Arthur.
Oh, shit. Look what I got him done.
You're dying, Black Lung, and you've gone crazy.
Let him damn us all, Dutch.
It's been a lot of fun.
And there's some variations in what happens depending on if you are high or low honor, with high honor Arthur being left alive and he dies watching the sun through the trees. A low honor playthrough leads to a brutal ending for Arthur. Like I said, I don't have a lot to say about this ending. Arthur is going to die regardless, we know this, and originally I thought that maybe you would only get the chance to kill Micah in this ending, which would fit with the game's themes of revenge versus redemption. However, this is not the case because Micah still has a role to play in the epilogue. This ending does feel a little pointless and meaningless, and I'm not really sure how you improve it either. You still have a fight with Micah in the other choice, and still have a conversation with Dutch as well, which means that this ending offers nothing except dying trying to get the money. Let's rewind to the other choice. Choosing to help John escape fits much better narratively with the overall story the game has been trying to tell. Arthur and John try to escape up a nearby cliff as the Pinkertons continue to pursue and close in. Arthur realizes that he can't go on much further, and so he forces John to go on without him.
We ain't got time for this, not now.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now. I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. Ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur.
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
He keeps the Pinkertons at bay for a while before being ambushed by Micah. The two have a fist fight on the cliff, and I want to point out that Rockstar does a great job of making this fight feel both intense and desperate. At the end of their fight, Dutch appears to intervene.
He's a rat. You know it, and I know it.
He's sick. He's dying. He's talking crazy.
I gave you all I had. I did.
This scene is followed by Micah trying to convince Dutch that they've won, but Dutch for the first time seems disturbed by everything that has happened and by Arthur's imminent death. It's as if the haze of the Micah madness has finally lifted, if only for a little bit. Dutch turns away from both Micah and Arthur and goes his own way. Micah himself retreats in anger. I think narratively this is attempting to show that it's over and they all are going their own way. However, I think this is framed a bit sloppy. In the low honor version of this choice, Micah actually kills Arthur, which I think is consistent with his character, so it seems inconsistent that he just walks away from a dying Arthur in the high honor version. I think there's an obvious fix to this too that strengthens what we already get. Have Dutch pull his gun on Micah and tell him to leave. Micah tries to talk him out of this, but Dutch won't budge, which forces Micah to walk away. Dutch can then leave Arthur in the same way he currently does, but after Micah. This shows that Dutch wants Arthur to die peacefully, but also that he's still not willing to sit with his friend, or more accurately, his son, as he's dying. Basically, he's still a piece of shit, but at least grants his friend peace at the end. Through gasping last breaths, Arthur crawls to the edge of the cliff to prop himself up against a rock. As the sun rises, he passes away. So finally, after all of this time, and now with his story coming to a close, let's discuss Arthur Morgan in more detail. Put simply, Arthur Morgan is a very well-written character. And I don't just mean well-written by video game standards, but in regards to other media as well. I genuinely believe that Arthur Morgan is one of the best-written characters in all of fiction, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that either. His story arc feels more complete and genuine than most characters in a lot of television series. Within video games, I think the two closest characters of comparison would be Joel from The Last of Us and Geralt from Witcher 3. Both of them are well written as well, however, Arthur Morgan has something that neither of them do in my mind. With Joel, he is mostly interesting due to how he interacts with Ellie and the growth he goes through specifically because of that relationship. With Geralt, he is interesting because he is both thoughtful but also cynical and disillusioned, which makes him fun to play, but from a character development point, he doesn't really change. To be clear, I love both of these characters, particularly Geralt. But with Arthur, the narrative arc that he goes through over the course of the game and the actual reflection on and changing of his philosophies is something I haven't seen done this well before. Much of Arthur's story is a redemption arc, but the brilliance is in the way Rockstar crafted his story. We, the players, can't clearly see the details of this redemption story until Chapter 6, when it is in its final phase. In the early chapters of the game, Arthur is not a good person. He shoots up an entire town with Micah, brutally beats people into submission for debt collection, and kills largely without hesitation. He is then confronted with this fact when he is personally diagnosed with tuberculosis, a terminal disease that he was exposed to while committing one of these bad acts. He realizes this, and from there proceeds to focus on trying to save the other gang members, particularly John Marston, from going down the same path that has ultimately led to his own death sentence. And he is successful, saving many members of the gang as well as sacrificing himself to get John and his family out. In this way, Arthur fulfills his role as a mentor to John. He can't save himself, but he can save John from earning a similar fate as him. This redemption arc is well done, but what makes it more potent is how Rockstar is able to contrast it against the other large theme in the game, revenge. Arthur throughout the game shares his philosophy on revenge, that it's a fool's game, and he often actively discourages Dutch and others when it appears that they are seeking revenge. One of the last pieces of wisdom that Arthur gives to John in the game is to leave the gang and not look back.
Soon, you gotta go. Go. Don't look back.
Arthur likely knows how things will play out with Micah and Dutch, and as such doesn't want John to get dragged back into it after he is out. Now, this is not where the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 ends. We still have the epilogue. The epilogue continues to intertwine these themes of redemption and revenge, and as we'll see, Arthur's redemption by getting John out of the gang ends up being all for nothing because of John's desire for revenge against Micah, which in turn, as we'll see, ultimately leads to the events of the original game.
Yeah, I'll ride with you.
The epilogue's primary focus is to set up things for the original game, Red Dead Redemption. In this way, it needs to set up the Marston family ranch, as well as John being forced into working for the government to hunt down the remaining members of the Vanderlyn gang. Secondary to this focus is providing closure to the Micah and Dutch storyline. Right out of the gate, this is the problem I have with the epilogue chapter. It seems far more concerned with neatly moving the pieces into place for the events of the first game, instead of focusing on wrapping up the events of this game. I think a better written epilogue chapter would have swapped the priority of these two storylines, making getting closure on the Micah and Dutch storyline the primary focus, and the main driving force within the chapter. My reasoning behind this statement is because setting up the specifics of the first game didn't need to be explained, especially because this epilogue takes place 8 years after the events of Chapter 6 and 4 years before the start of the original game. Details like how the Marston family got their ranch I don't think actually needed to be explained. Because of these design and narrative choices, I can't help but feel that the epilogue is largely a waste of time. It is about 7 hours long, and while that may not seem like a lot, in my opinion there's only about 2 to 3 hours of meaningful narrative content within that time frame. Many of the missions feel slow or unnecessary, and sometimes both. Part of the problem I also think lies in the uninteresting side characters that we spend a great deal of time with during the first half of the epilogue. To be quite frank, they are unlikable, and I don't mean unlikable in a sense similar to Micah, who was unlikable but frustrating and interesting. I mean unlikable in that they possess nothing of substance to even consider them characters, let alone that you could like or dislike. They are just there. And this probably sounds quite harsh, but I also think it's fair considering the high quality of characters we have seen from the main story and will see with many of the stranger side missions. They are characters we see for one brief cutscene, such as Treasure Hunter
Maximo Cristobal Valdespino,
that are infinitely more interesting than any of the ones we spend the first several hours of the epilogue with.
I have had many women.
Objectively, I do think the epilogue does some things well, in particular, how it continues to build on the themes of redemption versus revenge, and how they can often be mistaken for each other. The conclusion to the Micah conflict is handled quite well in this regard because many players will likely experience the same desire for revenge that John himself is experiencing. Additionally, it is based around and with the characters that we've spent the entire game interacting with. The second half of the epilogue deals with this conflict, and it is the better of the two halves, although it also has filler as well. And with that, I think I should actually begin discussing the story of the epilogue. It picks up 8 years after the events of the end of Chapter 6. John, Abigail, and Jack are outside the town of Strawberry, and it's clear from the argument that they're having that the family has been constantly moving over this time frame.
We gotta live somewhere for more than just a few weeks.
Okay. Let's see what we can find in Strawberry.
They have arrived in Strawberry looking for work, and Abigail pleads with John to quit trying to be some hero and to just find an honest job. And he does. John finds temporary work making a delivery for the town's general store, as well as establishes his alias of Jim Milton, whom many characters in the epilogue will come to know him by. He drives a wagon full of supplies to a nearby ranch called Pronghorn Ranch, and once there meets the overseer of the property, a man named Mr. Dickens. John, using his alias of Jim Milton, asks if there's work at the ranch for his family, and after helping fend off thieves sent by a competing ranch, is given a tentative job there. One thing I liked here initially was Mr. Dickens. He clearly is not an idiot, and from the get-go shows that he knows John is lying about his background. I had great expectations for the development of the relationship between these two, but unfortunately it never progresses anywhere. The following day, John is introduced to Mr. Geddes, the man who owns Pronghorn Ranch, and the next several missions see the Marston family begin settling on the ranch, although it's apparent that the honest ranching life isn't quite what they expected.
Hey. I'll get the coffee on.
These missions have John take on the tasks at the ranch, including milking cows, shoveling shit, building fences, wrangling a loose bull, assisting with the birthing of a foal, turning down an advance from Mr. Geddes' wife, and teaching both Jack and Mr. Geddes' youngest son how to properly ride a horse. It might seem like I'm skipping over important parts of the narrative, but I promise that I'm not. That entire list of ranch tasks I just went through takes place over the course of 3 missions, and nothing else happens during those 3 missions. After working on the ranch for a short period of time, John finds the gang of thieves that he previously helped fend off have returned. This group of men, known as the Laramie Boys, are thugs who have been hired to strong-arm and scare Mr. Geddes into selling his ranch to a competitor. John finds them threatening one of the stable boys, a kid named Abe, and proceeds to get into a fight with their leader. As John beats the man senseless, Abigail arrives and pulls him off. The Laramie Boys ride off, and Abigail chastises John for his actions.
Stop acting like a goddamn storybook hero, will ya?
What choice did I have?
Plenty, you moron. Plenty.
The events continue to escalate the following evening as John is awoken in the night due to gunshots. The Laramie Boys have ridden through the ranch, setting multiple fires, stealing the cattle, and even killing one of the ranch hands. John gets Mr. Geddes' blessing to organize retaliation, and doing so he rides with Mr. Dickens and Abe out to a nearby deserted ranch that the Laramie gang is using as a base of operations. Abigail is once again not happy that John is getting involved in this fight, but John counters that this is his job. Outside of the deserted ranch, John issues orders, and it turns into a full-blown firefight against the gang. John locates the Laramie Boys' leader in the barn and once again fights him. As John points a sawed-off shotgun at him, the gang leader continues to hurl insults about John as well as Abigail. Players are not given a choice. John pulls the trigger and kills the man. Back at Pronghorn Ranch, Mr. Geddes thanks John for saving the ranch, however Abigail remains upset by his actions. Sometime later, while in their cabin, Abigail suggests that they take out a bank loan in order to buy their own property, a place she's seen in the paper called Beecher's Hope. This conversation is interrupted by Mr. Dickens, who needs John to ride into town in order to pick up several packages. John agrees and decides to take Jack with him. In addition, Abigail asks him to pick up a package for her, but there's confusion about whose name it is under. This leads to this scene.
Jim Milton. Nope, nothing here.
Maybe try Marston. John Marston. It's a long story.
Okay, John Marston. Marston... Nope, nothing here for that name either.
Try Abigail Roberts.
Abigail Roberts. Abigail Roberts. Yes, here we are.
I don't think this is well written, and again goes back to the complaint I've made a few times already, that the writers seem to have cool ideas of scenes that they want to do, but often don't know how to organically get to those moments. John has been presented as a smart guy, so it seems like he would have exhausted all of the other options before giving his real name that he knows he is wanted by.
I got a goddamn price on my head, woman!
I know all about that!
As John and Jack ride back to Pronghorn Ranch, they see several men begin following them, including the man who overheard John's real name in the post office back in town. John confronts the men and guns them down, but the whole ordeal really scares Jack, and Abigail is again upset with John that it came to violence, this time around their son. In the following days, John receives a telegram from Sadie Adler, who has something to discuss with him and wants to meet. As John returns to their cabin to discuss it with Abigail, he finds it empty and a letter from her on the table. The letter details her love for John, but also her frustration in that he won't grow up. She has taken Jack and left. John remains on the ranch in order to save money so he can purchase that plot of land that Abigail mentioned wanting. After several months of working, he goes to Mr. Geddes to ask for his help in acquiring a bank loan, to which Mr. Geddes agrees. And with this, the worst parts of the epilogue are behind us, in my opinion. John leaving Pronghorn Ranch marks roughly the point that I think the epilogue could have and should have started. The purpose of this whole segment, as far as I can tell, is to narratively show that John can't seem to leave the gunslinger life behind him, which is at odds with his family. I think it is successful at showcasing this conflict, however, I also think the second half of the epilogue does it better with the focus on Micah. I think the epilogue could have started with tweaked versions of the next two missions, and it would have been better for it. This also would have presented a mystery for players, because John ends the previous chapter leaving Arthur to reunite with his family, but an epilogue starting with him alone could have created questions, with the eventual reveal that Abigail and Jack left him. John eventually arrives in the town of Valentine to see Sadie, who has become a bounty hunter. She offers John some bounty work and the pair ride out. During their ride, we hear the first update on Micah.
There's something else.
What?
Micah.
Micah?
I think so. I heard of someone sounded like him about a year back.
Okay.
We always said, if we found him...
I know what we said we'd do. That ain't changed.
This doesn't lead anywhere yet, but it is planting the seed. John and Sadie arrive in Strawberry looking for the target, but end up having to chase him down after he escapes from them in town. They catch the man and deliver him to the sheriffs. Afterwards, John visits the bank in Blackwater to take out a loan in order to buy the property of Beecher's Hope. There is some back and forth, but the banker agrees to drop the contracts after John inspects the property. Riding to Beecher's Hope, John clears out some squatters with the choice of either killing them or paying them to leave. Back at the bank, he signs the loan contract and purchases the land.
Congratulations, you are now a real American, indebted and owned by the bank.
Upon exiting the bank, John sees a familiar face.
I thought you was dead, boy. Dead.
Uncle?
The very same. Come here.
Uncle sweet-talks John into letting him tag along, and the pair ride out to Beecher's Hope. What started as a nice reunion quickly devolves into classic Uncle as he complains and berates John and the ranch itself.
Get out of here. On your way.
No, you're stuck with me. Seems I'm stuck with you.
As John works to fix up the property, he grows tired of Uncle's leeching and threatens to kick him out. It's only after these threats that Uncle reveals that he thinks Charles is alive and in Saint-Denis. Sure enough, after traveling there and asking around, they are able to locate Charles, who has taken to throwing fights for money. Charles agrees to join John and Uncle at the ranch, but before he leaves, Charles does one last fight, which he wins. The pair discuss what happened all those years ago, including Arthur's passing, as well as what happened to Dutch and Micah. Additionally, Charles informs John that Leopold Strauss was picked up by Pinkertons, but died in their custody without giving them any information. The pair have a quick skirmish in the city because why not, but are able to escape the city and return to Beecher's Hope. Later that afternoon, and now with more manpower, the trio tear down the dilapidated shack on the property in order to replace it with an actual house. John again meets up with Sadie, this time in Blackwater, and they set out on the trail of another bounty. The job takes them down into the state of New Austin, which is modeled after the real world's Texas and New Mexico. This is the first time in the story that we visit this desert region, and it's quite cool as the geography is just vastly different than what we've experienced in the story so far. During the ride, John offers Sadie a spot at the ranch, but she declines, citing that she's not great around people anymore. After a firefight, they successfully capture their target and deliver him back to Blackwater. With money from this job, John orders the materials to build a house, and when he and Charles pick up the materials, Charles informs him that he has also hired 2 men to serve as extra protection. See, they were able to order the lumber for the house, but not the tools to actually build it, and must travel to a smith who resides in a nearby forest. Unfortunately, this forest is also the territory for a group called the Skinners, who are a vicious gang.
Okay.
If this sounds contrived, it's because it is. Why wouldn't they just buy tools in town, or unload the house materials at the ranch and then travel to the smith in a more covert fashion? Regardless, they drive into the forest and meet the Norwegian smith named Nils, who gives them the tools they need. As they make their way back to Beecher's Hope, they of course get attacked by the Skinner gang. The extra protection of the guns for hire amount to nothing as one is immediately dragged off and eventually killed by the Skinners. The tools are also stolen, which force John and Charles to fight their way through the forest to recover them. The Skinners actually serve as an interesting new enemy type because they mainly use bows and will actually rush you more frequently or are in the trees firing down on you. I'll discuss the combat and enemy variety in more detail in the gameplay section of this critique video, so for now, we're just going to stay with the story.
Okay.
John and Charles recover the tools and make it back to Beecher's Hope with the materials. Over the course of several days, John, Charles, and Uncle proceed to build the house. After it is all done, the trio share a drink to the new home, and later John quietly writes a letter to Abigail detailing the home he has built for their family and asking her to come back. John continues to improve the property and decides to purchase a barn after Uncle steers him towards sheep being their best prospect at profit. After speaking with the salesman in Blackwater, John grows concerned about how he will pay for the materials for the barn, but runs into Sadie, who has another bounty job that he can help with. They easily enough find the target, a man named Ramon Cortez, and deliver him to the sheriff, but they run into problems afterwards when his gang break him out of the jail. John and Sadie follow after the gang and are able to recapture Cortez. John then has Sadie send his portion of the money to the bank in order to get the materials necessary for the barn. Sometime later, the barn is successfully built, and once again the trio has drinks to celebrate, although this time the drinking extends late into the night.
We send a broadside to Mount Sears, as loud as halloo when we send a broadside to Mount Sears. Come bustle, bustle, drink about and let us merry be. Our can is full, we'll pump it out and then our hands to see what's got it.
Unfortunately, John is awoken by Charles, who has discovered that Uncle has been abducted by the Skinner gang. John and Charles track the group to the same forest from a few missions ago, and after fighting their way through an ambush, are able to rescue Uncle, who is severely burned and has been tortured.
Looks like we got here just in time. God damn it.
I'll carry him. Come on, Uncle.
John and Charles are able to get Uncle eventually back to the ranch so he can rest and heal. Despite this mission being cool in an action sense, I would classify it as filler because it leads to nothing. Uncle is in the original game, so we know that he can't die, and he will seemingly be fine shortly after this. You also basically annihilate the Skinner gang, so they're gone after this. The only reason I might hesitate in calling it filler is that it did make me realize how much I care about the character of Uncle, despite how annoying he is. Having him around sort of feels like the earlier chapters with the gang, which is likely why John even keeps him around in the first place. I think that experiencing these feelings was maybe the point of this mission, but I'm also hesitant to say that because knowing Rockstar, it could simply be that they wanted a combat-heavy mission. In the following days, as John is working outside, he sees a welcome sight.
You're...
Abigail, Jack, and their new dog Rufus all return, and this is a well-done moment. Abigail sees that John is trying, and he is. The next mission sees him take Jack fishing, and the two bond over fondly remembering Hosea and Arthur. This is also a good place to mention that you can encounter several of the surviving gang members out in the world during the epilogue. John can run into Mary Beth at a train station in Valentine, where they'll discuss Arthur as well as Dutch. She now writes romance novels and gives John one of her books before she leaves aboard the train. Near a park in Saint-Denis, Tilly will call John over and talk about her life now. She married a lawyer and is pregnant. Mr. Pearson is married as well and can be found running the general store in Rhodes. The most impactful of these for me was encountering Rainsfall in Annisburg.
Is Arthur, he passed away a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He saved my life. He gave his.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
And you? I know you had tough times.
Well, my people aren't really a tribe. We're just a bunch of families, I suppose. But we're in Canada now. It's,
What are you doing here?
I don't really know. My son, I suppose. Oh, he fell.
I know. I'm sorry. I've got a son. I'm very sorry.
Oh, it was a long time ago now.
It's a small moment, but it felt like a sad conclusion to two characters, Arthur and Rainsfall, who respected each other but never got to say goodbye. Later on, Sadie arrives at the ranch, and there's a nice reunion between all of them. Sadie offers John more of a full-time position working with her on bounties, but Abigail is initially against this. Additionally, Sadie reveals that she has heard some updates on Micah.
There's something else.
Micah?
Bounty hunting is one thing, but goddamn Micah?
Abigail draws the line on Micah, but compromises in allowing John to go after this bounty with Sadie. They locate the bounty cowering in a destroyed cabin and learn that he is hiding from a massive bear, which Sadie and John just barely manage to fend off. They deliver the bounty to the law enforcement in Blackwater, and Sadie decides that after his near-death encounter with the bear, she probably shouldn't bring John along on any more bounty work. John, however, reaffirms that he wants to be involved in killing Micah, even despite Abigail's stance on the matter. Arriving back at Beecher's Hope, John and Abigail decide to head into Blackwater for an afternoon with each other. They get their portrait taken, head to a movie, and finally take a boat out onto the lake. It's here that we get one of the best scenes in the entire epilogue.
Will you marry me?
Get up, I am married to you.
No, I mean proper, in front of God.
You serious?
I got this ring. I've had it for a long time. Take it.
You serious?
It would make me very happy if you would...
We've lived a lot of lives.
Let's just live this one from now on. You and me, Jack, a family, by law.
It's a great culmination of John and Abigail's relationship, showcasing how much they deeply love each other. It works particularly well as a contrast for what comes next.
I found Micah.
No.
I got a lead. One of his boys wanted for murdering a woman. Been seen drinking in Strawberry. If we can get to him, he'll lead us to Micah. But I gotta go now. You coming?
No, he's not coming.
I will.
That's your business. His business is here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll ride with you.
No, I'm begging you. No! You risk all this? For what? For Micah?
And I'm begging you to understand. This is it. This is...
Please.
Please try to... I ain't got no other choice.
The three of them, John, Charles, and Sadie, ride off towards Strawberry to find and interrogate this lackey of Micah's. This is actually Cleet, one of the men that Micah brought in to help with the train robbery at the end of Chapter 6. They are forced to chase him a little through town, but he is quickly caught by the trio. Unflinching, they drag Cleet to the nearby gallows and set the noose in order to get him talking.
I think he's up in Mount Hagen. He got a whole gang now. Bad man, doing bad things. I tried to stop him from murdering that little girl. We fell out. Honest. Please, I'm one of the good guys.
Players are given the choice of pulling the lever to hang Cleet. However, if you don't, Sadie will shoot and kill him regardless. Continuing, they arrive into the mountains.
There must be a sniper! Get in cover! Quick!
This was initially quite shocking, as it appears that Charles gets shot and killed. This would make sense though, because Charles does not appear in the original game, which implies that he dies in this one. It also narratively reinforces the foolishness of them seeking revenge against Micah. However, none of this actually matters because it turns out that Charles was only hit in the shoulder and is more or less fine. What was originally shocking and sad ends up feeling cheap, and it turns out that the only reason Charles gets shot is because the writers want John to initially encounter Micah by himself, which, if you're perceptive, means that something needs to happen to Sadie.
You alright?
He's fine.
You don't look too fine.
Come on.
You're bleeding pretty bad.
Ain't nothing.
John continues alone and kills Joe, the other lackey that Micah had. John arrives at the mountain camp and confronts Micah. The two briefly enter into a shootout, but Sadie arrives and holds Micah at gunpoint, which is then countered as Dutch reveals himself from the house, aiming guns at both John and Sadie, which in turn allows Micah to wrestle Sadie and take her hostage. This creates a standoff. There will be a lot to discuss from this scene, so here's how I'm going to proceed. First, I'm going to explain and show what happens. Then we're going to look at the scene a bit deeper. Specifically, I want to focus for a bit on the topic of Micah being the rat, as we'll finally be able to fully discuss it after this scene. Lastly, we'll finish up the story and talk about what this scene and mission mean in the bigger picture, as its events directly cause the original game. John questions Dutch about his intentions, to which Micah says they are reforming the gang and actually invites John to join.
Dutch, we all did our best for you. Ain't our fault things turned out the way they did. Dutch, killing me won't solve nothing!
Put down your gun, Master!
Say something, Dutch! Say something! I ain't got too much to say no more.
You shot me. You shot me pretty good.
Dutch just leaves after this. Leaves John and Sadie, but also a lot of money. This is the money from the heist in Blackwater that took place prior to the beginning of the game. This leads to the conclusion that Dutch and Micah recovered it at some point. John and Sadie take as much of the money as they can carry and begin their way down the mountain. And with that, let's discuss Micah, his death, his motives, and him being the rat. In order to do that, we're going to briefly fast forward to the end credits of the game, because in them we see several scenes of Agent Ross and Fordham of the Pinkertons. They arrive at the mountaintop hideout and look irritated as they examine Micah's corpse. Then, in a few scenes later, they can be seen gathering leads to track down his killer. I bring this up because in my mind, it confirms that Micah is actually the rat. This is important because it confirms that Agent Milton wasn't lying to Arthur, as well as us, about that fact, which he theoretically could have in an attempt to destroy the gang from the inside out. Now, I bring all of this up because I think there are some glaringly large issues with Micah being the rat. Why would the Pinkertons continue to work with Micah, who kills dozens of their agents in Annisburg and is involved in killing Cornwall, the person who the agents are employed by? Additionally, on Micah's end, he has spent the whole game obsessed with returning to Blackwater to get the heist money, the money that only Dutch knows the location of, so why would he jeopardize that by ratting on the gang? Especially because once Hosea dies in Chapter 4, Micah effortlessly slots himself in as one of Dutch's advisors, which is a position that people who have ridden with the gang longer don't even have. Additionally, if the Pinkertons picked him up and then released him, what's to stop him from just giving them a middle finger and moving on? Like, what are the Pinkertons going to do? It's not like Micah has people he cares about that they could threaten. Micah only cares about Micah. And he is obviously still a rat during the epilogue, as indicated by Agent Ross inspecting his body, so what has he been doing for the past 8 years? He has to have worked with Dutch in order to get the Blackwater heist money, but then also makes it sound like Dutch has only just dropped by recently, similar to John. Was Micah intending to rat out Dutch or not? The way the scene is written even makes it seem like Dutch's intention being there is to kill Micah himself.
What are you doing here, Dutch?
Same as you, I suppose.
He says same as you, I suppose, because he knows that John is there to kill Micah. Now, I want to be clear that I think Micah being the rat is actually a great narrative device because he is already so unlikable that for me he wasn't someone I actually suspected. I just think it should have actually gotten explained so that we know why it makes sense. Despite all of this, I really like this final mission. At the beginning of it, John is asked to choose between his family and the life they've built or getting his revenge on Micah. He believes he can actually have both, that once Micah is dead, he'll be able to be with his family. And it almost appears this way at the end of the mission.
It's all over.
However, as the credits indicate, as well as if you've played the original game, then you know that that is not what happens. In the previous chapter, Arthur tells John to not look back after he gets out. In this mission, John looks back in order to go kill Micah, and it sets in motion Agent Ross of the Pinkertons tracking him down, which ultimately leads to John's own death at the end of the original game. This makes for a somber ending, especially when taken in combination with the realization that Arthur would not have wanted any of them to seek revenge on his behalf. This is where the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 ends, and I hope I haven't come across more negative than I actually am. As I said at the beginning of this video, I think the story, and particularly the characters in this game, are exceptional. It actually makes me sad thinking about people not finishing the main story in this game, because standing shoulder to shoulder with the incredible open world is this thoughtful story the game wants to tell about the journey of Arthur Morgan. Despite the flaws in the main story, this is one of the best written video games ever made. Now, both amazingly and perhaps unfortunately, the story is not all this game has to offer either. The first time I attempted to play Red Dead Redemption 2, I bounced off of it in Chapter 3 because I felt like there was too much going on and that I was becoming overwhelmed at both the story and the possibilities of the open world. It felt like the game was pulling me in two different directions. Little did I know that that feeling would become my thesis for this video. Eventually, I would replay the game about a year later in 2020, and determined to complete it, I mainlined the story and did almost nothing in the open world. This might seem a little silly, but I do think that this was the correct course of action for me, and probably for many others as well. I think it created a better pace within the narrative, and let me focus on the story that Rockstar was trying to tell. Now, fast forward to the beginning of 2022 when I decided to officially start this Red Dead 2 project, and my original intention was to just critique the story, because that's the only real part I'd engaged with up to that point. However, as I began writing the script for this video, I decided that I needed to jump into the game again to explore the world. And what I found surprised me, the open world and side missions in the game are very good. This likely seems like a no-brainer to many of you watching this video, but for me this really was a surprise. I have played many open world games, and rarely is the content offered from exploring the world or doing side quests of the same quality as the main story. This doesn't always mean that it is worse either, as many games have incredible open worlds to explore, but horrible main stories. The best way I can think to describe this is with some sort of scale. On one end you have a game like Far Cry 3, which placed a large emphasis on making a compelling story, but little into making its open world something more than enemy outposts and hidden collectibles. On the other end of the spectrum, I would put Fallout 3, a game that benefits from essentially making its main quest boring and optional, and instead encouraging the player to explore and complete interesting and well-designed side quests. I believe Red Dead Redemption 2 sits at the middle of this spectrum, where its side content and world exploration are every bit the equal to the excellently written and acted main narrative. There's just so much to do in this world. There's a vampire to track and catch in Saint Denis, as well as a naked wolfman out in the forests. There's a ghost train, and what gets marked in your journal as a pagan ritual. A house that contains a creepy man-made mutant creature stitched together from various animal parts. This one was particularly memorable for me because as I was in the clearly still lived-in house, several red dots began approaching me on the map, and I thought it was the inhabitants of the house returning. It turned out to simply be bounty hunters unrelated to the house, but it still raised the hairs on the back of my neck as it was initially happening. There's a shack in the woods with a witch's cauldron. No witch, just the cauldron, and if you drink from it, you pass out. There's a pig farm where two hick siblings reside, and if you have dinner with them, you end up drugged, robbed, and thrown in a mass grave. You can go back to kill them and retrieve your money. There's the legendary white Arabian horse to tame, and entire theater shows to sit through. There's a woman's ghost to find, as well as treasure to claim by solving a puzzle involving statues in a cave. And a meditating monk who won't speak unless you take drastic actions. There's a giant dead snake hanging from a tree in an area to the south. There's no snakes like this in the game, so I thought this was particularly cool and made me wish for a living version. I could go on, and none of these are quests or have map markers either. They're just little details that you can stumble upon in the world. That list also isn't counting any of the more structured side activities. There are hunting challenges that require you to complete specific tasks in unique ways. My two favorites were one that asked you to catch fish without your rod, and another that required you to kill a possum that was playing dead. There are other sets of challenges as well, one for gambling and one involving your horse, just to name a few of them. There are legendary animals to hunt and fish to catch. I really enjoyed both of these activities, but I personally thought the fishing was better. The legendary hunts felt a bit too scripted. They required you to find several clues in the environment before the legendary animal would spawn near you. I would have preferred having to find the animal in the environment itself. All this being said, several of the hunts were quite memorable. The bear, wolf, moose, alligator, and panthers all stand out in my mind, likely because they could kill you. The moose in particular stands above the rest for me as it was my first legendary, and seeing its ghostly white form running through the forest at night felt special. The search for the legendary fish I found to be incredibly enjoyable and relaxing. Almost all of the locations that the search would take me often felt like places I wouldn't have regularly visited or slowed down enough to appreciate otherwise.
That's it.
My favorite required traveling to a partially frozen over lake deep in the snowy mountains in order to fish for the sockeye salmon. Both the legendary hunts and fishing use an in-game brochure type map that gives you the rough locations of the animals in the world. I really liked this approach and thought it was clever. It was also helpful because it gave you the areas to look without just giving a blatant map marker. These in-game maps are given to you during missions, the animal one during the bear hunt you do with Hosea in Chapter 2, and the fish one from a stranger that Arthur can meet named Jeremy Gill. This is a good spot to begin discussing the stranger side missions, which are an aspect of the game that we haven't touched on yet. Out in the open world or in one of the towns, you can sometimes see a white map marker with a question mark in it. This designates the location of a stranger that Arthur or John can help with a task, which more often than not will turn into several quests for that one stranger, forming a quest line. While many of the stranger missions are great, several are not. There are a total of 26 different quest lines that the player can take part in, and during my time with the game, I completed 23 of them. I started the remaining 3 but couldn't push myself to finish them, and I'll explain why in a few moments. Of those 26 quest lines, I would classify only 15 of them as worthwhile content, with the other 11 falling somewhere between fine and downright awful. This is obviously subjective, but one of the missions is so bad that it baffles me how anyone could objectively defend its inclusion in the game. This claim might come as a surprise given the praise that I've been giving the game's open world up to this point, but I assure you that it is warranted and I intend to support it. In order to try and make this section as organized as possible, I think it makes sense to first split the Stranger side quests into groups based on their design and the details of what you do during each. First among these are the collection quests, which are all more or less the same concept of collecting something, with the variation largely coming from having either a small, medium, or absolute batshit crazy amount of some collectible that you'll need to collect. There are 8 of these missions. Yes, 8. Almost a third of all of the Stranger side quests are collection missions, and their quality varies drastically. On the great end, you have the legendary fish catching side quest that you receive when you meet Jeremy Gill.
Hello, chum.
Chum?
Do you want an autograph or a photograph?
I'm sorry?
People often get nervous, but there's really no need to. I'm just a normal guy who, well, happens to be very famous.
Okay. Who are you?
Jeremy Gill!
The supposed famous fisherman. He tasks you with catching 13 legendary fish, and as I detailed earlier in this section, I found this to be quite fun. Again, I also found it wise that Rockstar implemented an in-game method of help in the form of the map that he gives you with the areas that the fish are located in. Additionally, Jeremy Gill himself is a funny and well-written character.
They have to be at least 24 inches in length and 10 pounds in weight. No one wants to imagine Jeremy Gill catching a tiddler. There's no money in tiddlers.
It was his introduction that actually made me interested enough to want to catch all of the fish. And after you catch all of them in the epilogue with John, you can go on one final trip with Mr. Gill where he wants you to take photographs as he catches the fabled legendary channel catfish. Another example of one of these collection missions done well is the one that focuses on locating several famous gunslingers in order to help an aspiring author write a book.
This book, I've got to make a thing of it, and, well, there's a whole list of gunfighters. Legends, every last one. Emmett Granger, Flaco Hernandez, Billy Midnight, Black Bell.
Never heard of them.
Maybe you can go and speak to them. Ask them about Calloway. Any of them get uppity, shoot them.
This format of collection is atypical, and I think it works to make this stranger mission stand out. I found it enjoyable to track down the targets, especially given the fact that there were only 5 individuals to locate, and each offered a different scenario. The story that develops throughout this side mission has good commentary as well. Arthur, or John depending on when you do this mission, hunts each gunslinger down and is forced to duel all except one. What he finds among them is largely misery, pity, and ego, much like Jim Boy Calloway himself, who becomes upset after learning that Arthur handled the 4 gunslingers himself. Arthur is given one final target to locate and brings him to a drop-off point to meet Mr. Calloway.
Come on, fight me! It's a bit late, isn't it? God damn you! Oh! Well, that settles that then.
Jim Boy feels humiliated for shooting the man in the back and proceeds to force Arthur into a duel, which Arthur wins. Afterwards, Arthur and the writer Levin decide to rewrite the story of what happened to make it noble and romanticized, which contrasts against everything we've seen in this side quest. Rounding out what I consider to be the very best of these collection-based missions is the hunt for the Jack Hall Gang's hidden treasure. Arthur is introduced to the side quest by explorer
Maximo Cristobal Valdespino, the renowned explorer,
who explains that he has the first map needed in order to find the treasure and is willing to sell it to the player. What makes this engaging is that the map is an actual drawing of a landmark in the world that players have to find, and these aren't tiny, hard-to-recognize locations either, but places that if you are playing the game you would recognize, such as Kotora Springs, which is this game's version of the Yellowstone National Park area, complete with geysers. There are 3 total maps that you collect in order to find the buried treasure. These 3 collection missions represent the best of this category in my opinion because not only are they engaging, but they also respect your time with the amount of collectibles each asks of you. 13 legendary fish, 5 total gunslingers, and 3 separate treasure maps. They also all give rough direction to the player and can reasonably be figured out in-game as opposed to forcing players to search online for a map. The remaining 5 collection missions largely miss these marks. 2 of them I would classify as just fine, the dinosaur bone hunting and the rock carvings for Sinclair. Both have interesting enough setups, and in terms of the amount of collectibles these missions have, there are 30 dinosaur bones to find and 10 rock wall carvings. I think these would be fine amounts if they featured similar mechanics to the legendary fish brochure or the treasure maps, where you had some type of guidance offered by the game itself. However, neither of these do, instead requiring players to search the entirety of this vast and highly detailed open world. And search you will if you don't look up a map online, because those 30 dinosaur bones, for example, are spread out over the entire map, even in the New Austin section, which you don't gain access to until the epilogue. This is poorly designed in my opinion and makes what are seemingly reasonable amounts of collectibles feel much more laborious. The remaining 3 collectible missions I found to be utter bullshit and are the 3 stranger side activities that I did not complete. The best tasting of these shit piles is the hunting request mission, which requires Arthur to hunt and ship specific animals for a wildlife art exhibit. There are 19 animals total that are requested, and they must be in perfect condition, which is harder to achieve. This initially sounds like a cool concept, but it quickly becomes frustrating once you begin factoring in all of the headaches that can occur as you hunt for these specific animals. Factors such as time of day, areas of the map, and being forced to wait for animal respawns if you don't achieve a perfect condition all increase the amount of actual time it takes to complete this quest. It's not the only one that does this either. The next mission has you collect flowers and other items for a man named Algernon Wasp, and it suffers for the exact same reasons. However, I find this one even more egregious because while he also only requires 19 different types of items, some of those you'll need multiple of. For example, plume feathers from a heron, you'll need 20 of them. In total, you will be collecting 182 individual items for this one quest, which is ridiculous. The worst of all of these is the one that asks you to collect cigarette cards. You can meet a man at a train station who says that he will buy sets of cigarette cards from you. There are 144 different cards for you to find hidden in the open world. 144 of these tiny little cards. I firmly believe that this is one of the worst things about this entire game, which maybe is harsh, but I also think Rockstar is wasting the player's time with this quest. And I understand that if I don't like it, I don't have to do it, which I didn't, but the very point that Rockstar thinks this is okay is a problem. There isn't even a final cutscene for this mission after you collect them all, which not only shows how little value Rockstar has for this quest, but also seems to imply that players perhaps aren't even supposed to finish it.
Thrilling? Yeah, it is.
Next, there are stranger missions that require helping a particular character or set of characters multiple times, forming more of a story narrative around those people. These tend to be the best side content in Red Dead 2 because they often tell a complete, bite-sized story, with some also being quite funny. An example of this would be two brothers who are fighting with each other for the same woman's affection. They perpetually are trying to one-up each other, and Arthur assists them in their escalating challenges. Or an eccentric French artist in Saint-Denis who continues to find himself in hot water for his art and often needs Arthur's help out of these situations.
Like Buddha said, we are all just here to fuck.
Well, that explains the decadence of those Hottentots.
Hey, you got a picture of my wife here. In her delicates.
Henry, is that your behind? Why would you be showing it to that man?
That's my mama. As nude as the day she was born.
There are 14 of these type of stranger side quests, and of these 14, I found 11 of them to have storylines that I enjoyed and that were thoughtful enough to have warranted finishing them. I think it's worth going over a few more of these as examples. On the outskirts of Saint-Denis, you can find a young scientist who requires moonshine for a machine he is building. After robbing a stagecoach and making the delivery, it turns out that he's building a prototype of an electric chair. He wants to perform a public demonstration and asks Arthur to help set that up. As Arthur, you can convince the chief of police to allow the demonstration, as well as hunt down a wanted man who will be used as a test subject. You witness the demonstration the following day, and it is uncomfortable.
Behold the calm removal of this man's existence! Incredible! He's nearly dead! So humane!
As the demonstration continues, the scientist ends up electrocuting himself and dying almost immediately, as opposed to the criminal who's in so much pain that he asks for someone to put him out of his misery and shoot him. Another side quest that I found meaningful was a wildlife photographer who you can find in different areas around the map.
Albert Mason.
Arthur Morgan.
Pleasure. I am trying to find and capture images of our great predators before our greatest predators kill them all and stick them on some clubhouse wall.
The questline sees you assist Mr. Mason with 4 different photo shoots, and it was a mostly quiet story, but was one of the few that felt like it continued to develop Arthur as a character. At the end of the quest series, it felt like Arthur and the photographer, Albert Mason, were actually friends. Similarly, another stranger you can meet is an old war veteran named Hamish Sinclair. He and Arthur quickly become friends after Arthur assists with retrieving his prosthetic leg and horse for him. Over several missions, they go fishing and hunting together. However, this mission has a much sadder ending than the one with Albert Mason. During one of their hunts, Hamish is thrown from his horse and gored by a boar. As he passes away, he asks Arthur to take care of his horse for him. There's one more stranger mission from this story category that I'd like to highlight, not only for the fact that it is really well written, but because it also demonstrates Rockstar's ability to tell a meaningful and complete story in a concise amount of time. Outside of the train station in Rhodes, you can stumble upon a drunk and bitter old man who has been robbed of his life. Arthur offers to collect a few of the man's personal mementos from his repossessed family home, and arriving at the home, Arthur breaks in and is able to easily enough find both the man's family pistol and pocket watch. However, as you continue searching the house, it becomes clear that not everything is as it seems. When entering the basement, you find what was once used as a holding cell for slaves. Arthur returns to confront the vile man.
My things. Don't you understand? Those bastards, they changed everything. I was a good worker. I took pride in my work. They took it away. Pissed on my legacy.
Oh, man. Some jobs ain't for saving. And some legacies?
Oh,
they are for pissing
What
on.
are you doing? That's my history.
These examples I've just went through I think best represent the high quality that many of the story-focused stranger missions offer. However, not all of them are perfect. The questline where Arthur works for the Saint-Denis mayor doing his dirty work was one of my least favorites, and same with the one that focused on the two escaped convicts, Mr. White and Mr. Black. Neither of these I felt told a story that actually had a point. I want to be clear though that while neither of these I consider to be good, they are still better than the majority of the collection missions that we previously went through.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
Let's refresh before we talk about the last category. There are a total of 26 stranger quests in the game. 8 of these are the collection missions, 14 of them are story or narrative focused, which means that there are 4 remaining. This last selection of missions were hard to place into a clear category together because they all are very different, with the only thing that they have in common being that each one only has one part. Unfortunately, I think only one of these missions is actually good, with another coming close and the last 2 being bad.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
Continuing with the format, I want to start with the good one. This mission is not a typical stranger quest in that you don't receive any quest or markers. This might seem odd given that I whined about no direction or help with several of the collection missions, however it works here because the subject matter of the quest is much more engaging. You are trying to hunt down a serial killer. Arthur can find 3 separate murder scenes out in the world with pieces of a map at each. Finding them all allows you to piece together a final location as well as a message. Entering into the basement was nerve-wracking and one of the most memorable moments in the entire game for me.
Have you come for me? Or was this all nasty surprise? Or maybe it's both.
The other mission that comes close to being great is similar in tone to this, as it involves people that can attack you out in the swamps at night.
Hey! Where you going?
This was my first encounter I had with these enemies called the Night Folk, and it was intense. The strange clicking back and forth, as well as seeing the figures darting between trees in the distance, set me on edge. It turns out that there's a small quest involving this group of enemies. A stranger at a camp on the side of the road wants Arthur's help in dealing with the Night Folk, and so he leads Arthur into the swamps. What I hoped would be a great mission amounts to just killing several waves of the enemies as they charge you, which for me didn't live up to the initial encounter with them. For the final 2 missions in this one-off category, neither felt complete or like they had substance. Here is one of them.
Did you change your mind about donating by any chance? We could really use your support to improve the lives of our veterans and their families.
$20 ain't no chicken feed, but sure, I can help you out.
That's very kind. What is your name, sir?
Arthur Morgan.
Your donation will be acknowledged on a founder's plaque when the building is completed. You have a great day, Mr. Morgan.
This is it. This is the entire mission. No cutscenes, just donating $20. Admittedly, the other mission is better, but not by much. It sees Arthur help a black doctor whose traveling business wagon has been stolen by racists. This mission does have both an opening and an ending cutscene, but even so, it feels like there isn't a lot of substance. I think it could have been improved if there would have been a couple more missions involving this same character. This leads me to the question of if Red Dead Redemption 2 would have been a better game if it had put all of its eggs into the open world and side quest basket. Would it have been better if it took the Witcher 3 approach, where the side quests, monster contracts, and exploration of the world are the primary experience of the game and the main story is secondary? If Rockstar had just done the open world and filled it with shorter, less connected narratives, would it have been better? Part of me says yes, despite enjoying the main narrative of the game. That's how much the open world impressed me. I think having more content that matched the quality of even the upper 50% of the Stranger side missions could have been worth it. Alternatively, I can't help but wonder in the opposite direction too, what if Rockstar had instead given us a tight, linear 30-hour narrative experience? This likely would have allowed for improved gameplay as well, because as great as both the main story and open world in this game are, they are both drastically held back by the moment-to-moment gameplay controls. I can't help but imagine how amazing this game could be if it controlled and played similar to something like The Last of Us Part 2, which is the game that I personally consider the standard for third-person shooters because of how great it always feels. Maybe it's about time that Rockstar focuses more resources on improving how the player moves through the environment as well as during combat so that their games don't feel like you're still playing something from the mid-2000s. Compounding this problem, Red Dead Redemption 2 suffers from horrible encounter and enemy design. As I mentioned throughout the story critique, almost every mission devolves into a generic shooting gallery, and so because of this, many missions end up feeling exactly the same, but even worse, playing exactly the same. This problem stems from the poor enemy AI, and because nearly every enemy is the same, this means that the last shootout in the game feels indistinguishable from the first. This lack of variety in competent AI also means that the only way the developers can make combat encounters more difficult is just to increase the sheer number of enemies that are getting thrown at the player, which almost never actually makes them more difficult, but rather more tiresome. Even on the player's end, the weapons you get throughout the game all feel and play the same as well, which means that I never really had any incentive to swap between them during combat or try anything new. This is not good. Again, when you compare this to something like The Last of Us Part 2, where encounters are made unique not just by the number of enemies, but also the types of enemies, what types of weapons they have, what type of weapons you have, and how all of these pieces mix together. Here's a brief clip of your average combat encounter in The Last of Us Part 2.
Girl, we're under attack! She went in the grass!
Where's the wolf? Start a hunt. Find that wolf.
Ben! Keep from that direction!
Now compare that to your average encounter in Red Dead 2. Some of you watching might say that these suggestions are unrealistic or unnecessary, but I disagree, and apparently so does Rockstar, because they attempted to add a bit of enemy diversity in the form of the Skinner Brothers gang that John and Charles deal with in the epilogue. These enemies don't use guns and instead fight with bows or by charging you with knives. They can appear in trees and take you by surprise, and while they don't come close to the level of The Last of Us, it is a welcome change. My point is that if Red Dead 2 could be the game that it is, but play like The Last of Us Part 2, who wouldn't want that? This all brings me back to the heart of my problem with Red Dead Redemption 2, in that I don't know which of these games I want it to be. And apparently neither does Rockstar, because even in the game itself, they alternate between trying to steer players towards all of the interesting stuff available in the open world, and then getting mad at me for neglecting the main campaign.
There you are, friend.
Hello, Javier.
Dutch is worried about you.
I ain't dead yet.
Yeah, so I see. You want to head back to camp with me? Or you want me to tell him you're fine?
It also places arbitrary restrictions on the open world, like not allowing the player to go into the state of New Austin while playing as Arthur. If you attempt it, you are immediately gunned down. I feel quite conflicted. I do think it does both the main story and open world exceptionally well, so well that I have to imagine most studios would kill to make a game that does just one of these things this well. But I also think that if it picked just one of these roads, it would likely be better off. Not even from the viewpoint that whichever one they chose would be of higher quality, although I do think that that would be true, but from the perspective that these two great experiences, the story of Arthur Morgan and the Vanderlyn gang, and the open world cowboy simulator, they compete for the player's attention. Both would be better served if they were 100% the focus of the game. Experiencing both aspects of this game essentially required me to quarantine off each part and experience them each in their own isolated pocket. However, perhaps I'm the exception here, and that in fact the next game in the series just needs to double down on these things with an even bigger open world and an even longer main campaign. I don't know. Being bigger and lasting longer is just something that I've never been able to wrap my head around. Red Dead Redemption 2 is an outstanding game, one of the very best in my opinion, but I can't help thinking about what it could be if it wasn't trying to be two things at once, and I'm reminded of something Arthur Morgan said in the game.
Look, just do one thing or another. Not be two people at once. That's all I'm saying.
I want to say thank you for watching this video. I really appreciate it. I've only been making videos for a little under a year, and I've never attempted to make a video even close to this length before. For reference, when I started this project, I naively thought I could do a complete critique of the narrative in under an hour and a half, and well, we can see how that turned out. I learned a lot during the 6-month journey of making this video, and with that I recognize that there will be bits of this video from early in the process that are rougher than those made closer to the end. Instead of trying to go back and make edits to my original edits, I decided to just ride with it and accept that it won't be as perfect as I would like. That being said, I am beyond happy with this final product, and I hope you enjoyed watching it.